Hold on to your butts, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
Like I told my last wife.
No, not the clips. Not the clips. Every time the clips. Every time we do the clips. It's out of fucking control. How's everybody doing today? Let me get pretzel rolling. Boom. That should be playing. Oh, down to the wire. I don't know what it is with Twitch lately. They have had me reset my password like 5 times. That's an exaggeration. It has been 3 times in 1 week. And I haven't gotten any notifications that people have been like trying to log in from funny places or anything like that. I know I'm pretty important. I know that there are probably multiple foreign governments out there, all of whom are actively seeking my password and scouring my internet search history, discovering that I am a twisted, disgusting model painting pervert. That's the truth. You heard it here first, folks, before my dirty laundry is aired all over the place by fucking Russian, Chinese hackers. Both at the same time. Crossbreeding hackers now is what they're doing to get into my Twitch account. All of this because I've had to reset my password a few times, and I had to do it just before I logged on today, so it was down to the wire. That's why I got delayed a little bit. I had to re-log into everything and reset up my chat bot, which should be working. Is Thunderbot going? I think he is. Let me see. Thunderbot's in the chat, should be doing his job. Excellent, excellent. Getting too big for their... I'm getting too big for their britches.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That's what we're good at. Shame is really our primary export around these parts. I'm getting too big for their britches. That's an interesting... It's an interesting concept. Bot's working. Thank you, Roland, for checking. Thank you so much. Cat, Wolfenspawn, Colonel Matthew Steiner, what's up? Good to see ya. Girl Geek in the chat. And, of course, Roland. Of course. How you doing, Roland? How are things? Doing a little bit of rearranging. We are going to be working today on Clone Captain Ron, which this print came out pretty good, I think. I had to do a little bit of work on the proportions to get the helmet just right, and I added a jetpack to him, which I'm kind of excited about because the clone Captain Rex can use jetpacks, and I just don't like using named clone characters. I don't know, it's just something with me. I'm like, I mean, I get heroes like Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, even Rex kind of makes sense, but for some reason with the clones, I just lean towards generic, you know? Samare, good to see ya. Did you get your own britches already? Yeah, I have to print some britches. This is a major weakness that we have here on this stream, is not having any britches and lacking the time to print said britches. I've got a few other models. I'm not going to start working on these today, but I have a bunch of ARC troopers also to go with my Republic army, also with jetpacks because they are apparently able to equip them. I'm kind of leaning on just printing all my Legion models that I possibly can right now. Because, I don't know if you guys know this, like, as much as I enjoy playing Legion and I think it's a cool game, FFG this year rescinded their normally excellent policy. Nisk, good to see you, man. How are things? I mean, the clones, by definition, they're sort of meant to be generic. I feel you, Samare. And I know that the Clone Wars cartoon changed a lot of that by introducing us to a lot of clone characters, and that's all well and good. But for my army, in particular, I prefer the more military-style rank structure they had towards the beginning of the war in the Phase 1 armor to the much more personalized stuff from the later war. Maybe what I'm saying is I just want to paint the same thing over and over and I don't want to have to do a bunch of individualization. Maybe the truth here is that I'm lazy. Oh my god. That couldn't be. Captain Ron with ARC Troopers Snake and Todd. Interestingly enough, I've been trying to work his other names into some of the other little special characters that I'm making for myself. Lord Hethrir with the Tier 1 subscription. Thank you so much, Hethrir. Thank you for being here, man. Thanks for making your presence known. I appreciate your support, my friend. Well, I'm drinking again. Well, let's be honest, that was only waiting until it was a little bit more reasonable and people had their shit in order for me to go to the liquor store again. well, semi-favorite. I would hope that I wasn't entirely your favorite. I would hope that there are some other people in your life who might be your, in fact, favorite. I can think of at least one who might be a little miffed if she heard that I was your favorite. Though it depends on what we're talking. Favorite what? Because she doesn't stream on Twitch. But bang! That was stupid. What am I drinking? This is... I don't remember the brand name. It is a blackberry ale with bear spelled B-E-A-R, like a bear. Arr. Blackberry sour ale, oak cask aged apparently. It's delicious. It's delightful, and you can't... Here, I can show you. It has such a wonderful color to it. Look at this. That's exactly it, Cat, yes. And look at the color. It's gorgeous. And delicious. Drinking some of that malt liquor. I got a little Colt 45 going on. Actually, that would be thematic. You know, maybe that's what I'll do. When I get around to painting Lando Calrissian on here, I should be drinking Colt 45 all night. Because that was the drink that Billy D. Williams endorsed. Looks like Princess Yum Yum, which is amazing. And wearing a cape. You know, okay. Roland, you may have a point. If I'm gonna paint Lando, I should wear a cape and I should drink Colt 45. I feel like that's only fair, right? What's up, Play and Win? Yeah, it's delicious, dude. Okay, I only recently discovered sours. Otherwise, when I was down there for your birthday, I would have been like, hey man, try some fucking sour beers. I was not familiar with them then. They are absolutely amazing. Commissar Iguana, good to see you. How are things, my man? We've got another little clone commander dude that I'm painting up here who doesn't have a jetpack. He's one of the few ones I'm running without a jetpack right now that I have the option for. And I finally got... Now, these guys are just primed, but you'll still be able to see them better than bare plastic. They're not as high of detail as the ones that FFG sells, obviously, but they also cost me, like, a couple of cents each to make. These here super battle droids. So with supplies being tight and FFG, and I was going to say this at the beginning of the stream, with the fact that FFG has recently rescinded their parts replacement policy, and by recently I mean in the last few months, like, I bought some clones and I opened up the box, and I'm going through it, and I'm having no trouble assembling, and then I get to one, and it's got 2 left legs. I'm like, oh, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? So I'm thinking to myself, I'll contact FFG, and I'll get a replacement, because they're always really good about that. Well, now they're not. Now their policy is you should go to the people that you buy them from, that you bought the actual models from, their distributor, your friendly local game store or whoever, and they will replace it, even though that's nonsense and impossible, because they need to take the entire set and replace it with the entire set. And, like, half of this stuff you don't discover until you've already assembled half the box. It's a terrible policy, and they used to be so good about it. But if that's how they're going to be, and they're not going to replace parts while sending me faulty models, I'm going to print as many models as I can. So yeah, I got some B2 battle droids, complete with special weapons. I'm happy with the size now. I asked before about the sizing, and everybody kind of concurred that they weren't bulky enough, and I agreed. So this is where we wound up, bulk-wise. I made them a little bit taller, so that they kind of tower over the clones, and then I made them about 15% broader. And I think that really just makes them look much, much beefier. They're huge. I think they're bigger than they actually would be according to the scale in the movie, but I'm sort of leaning on the Clone Wars cartoon scale. I really liked the ones... Yeah, I think the design from the movie is good, but then sort of the scale of the ones from the show, because the ones in the show were much more imposing. They do have chicken legs, Cat, and that, I mean, that's just part of their design. If you look at them, their arms and legs are laterally very, very skinny, and that's how they drew them. I don't know. I guess I could bulk their legs up laterally, but it would kind of throw their proportions off. Right now, they're at least fairly proportional with themselves. They would have narrower legs had I not widened them a little bit. But again, I have access to B2s now, which I'll be painting here pretty soon, and most importantly, they're free. And those files for the B2s were taken from somebody on CG Trader, who he's not selling the files. He just made a really, really accurate version of the droids from the movie, and then I took them and reposed them and made them Legion scale. So I'll be taking these files and posting them on Thingiverse in the next couple of days as well. I'm going to have a big Thingiverse dump here pretty soon. I should raise my printer cam. I realize it's getting to the 3rd level up there. I'm going to have a big Thingiverse dump here pretty soon. I just got a bunch of Legion terrain done that I made myself. It's not really complex stuff. It's real simple stuff, but I just wanted some simple stuff for a fall theme table. So I've got a couple of things I'm going to be posting up. Some bases, some buildings, easy to print stuff. I've been talking with Steel Warrior Studios. He was saying that he wouldn't mind carrying some Legion stuff, and I've got a concept for a dense city street building system for a 6x3 table. I don't know. I don't know where that's going to go, but I'm probably going to dig into that a little bit when I've got some time, and I'll be posting previews if anybody's interested in that business. You guys know I love 3D printed terrain, I love dense city streets, and I love sensible terrain building. There's a lot of terrain out there for Legion that's kind of crazy, if I'm being honest. FFG to me always been iffy on their replacement policy. See, I never had an issue with the policy when they had it. Now, this is purely anecdotal, mind you. I know people had problems with them, but I mean, like, I would send them a message like, hey, I'm missing part of a blaster, and they'd send me a whole new mini, like, every single time. I remember I broke the antenna on my Victory-class Star Destroyer for Armada, and they just sent me a whole new model. I'm like, here, no questions asked, have one. And I loved that policy. I thought it was fantastic. I'm really pretty irritated that they don't have it anymore, considering they sent me clones with 2 left legs. Uh-oh, he's getting concepts and ideas. Run for the hills! I wanna repeat the end of that sentence, Samara, like Bruce Dickinson would, but I don't have the chords. I don't have the chords to be in Maiden. I tried. I auditioned. I went to an Iron Maiden concert, and I was like, replace Bruce Dickinson with me. And they were like, well, sing Run for the Hills. And I did, and they said no. And, to be honest, it crushed me. I've never quite recovered from that blow. So, you have me at my lowest, is effectively what I'm saying. It's possible they were losing a bunch. Like, I can't possibly comment on the internal reasons for them dropping the policy. All I know is that as a consumer, it was more annoying to have that policy and then lose it than it would have been to never have it in the first place. I can only ever comment on these things from the position of a consumer. I don't have any inside information to their business. I don't have access to their books. I'm not a market analyst, you know? And I think it's important to know that, because they could have a perfectly legitimate, perfectly good reason for canceling the policy. I just know that from my perspective, I don't like it. Alright, let me move some stuff around here. What is everyone working on? That's a good question, Roland. I think that's manufacturing, Cat. I'm under the impression a lot of model manufacturers... Well, see, that is a little funny for Games Workshop, because I thought that their manufacturing was domestic to them. I know FFG is having trouble because a lot of their manufacturing is Chinese, though that's ramping back up. Oh, you posted a picture of dinner. Well, I guess I've got that to look forward to. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, we're going to pick some other Kurt Russell names to go on the other clones as we get to them. We got Cat and Ron, because that just fits too damn well. Not sure what I'm going to... I know that Todd from Soldier was a sergeant, but I kind of want to make my generic commander, whenever they release one, I kind of want to save the name Todd for him. Though maybe I'll make him like my Arc Sergeant. I don't know. For right now, we're working on Ron, though. So, what I have... Yeah, okay, GW runs out of China and Forge World is domestic. That actually explains that pretty well. By the way, hey, Vergata Run, good to see you. How you doing, man? So, all I've done on this guy so far was a black undercoat, followed by a zenithal spray of... What did I start with? Vallejo Dark Blue Gray, followed by Vallejo Wolf Gray. And that has put us where we're at with everything right now. So I'm going to go in here in a minute and start working on the... There's a hair on him. The undersuit. What's this skirt that they wear called? A kama, I think, is what it is? Is that it? I mean, it looks like a skirt. I mean, I guess it's like a badass tactical skirt. A tacta skirt, if you will. I mean, I wouldn't say that to his face, mind you. I'm pretty sure an ARC Trooper would whoop my ass. Samara, please do. Please do. I love seeing your work, and honestly, I've had just so much shit to do lately that the Storm Report is almost the only place I get to see a lot of you guys' work. I have not had enough, as much time. It's a comma. Okay, thank you. What's up, Yeti School? How you doing? I didn't realize that Yetis went to school for Yetiing. I admit, I'll be the first to admit, I don't know what's involved in being a Yeti. Like, I hadn't really thought about it past being large and furry and dwelling in a snowy environment. But it's entirely possible that there's more to it than that. Aeon Drummond, good to see you. How to make snowballs. How to start avalanches. And throw them precisely. Okay. Only the alums know. Well, it's good to have someone from such a erudite and esteemed institution as the Yeti School on stream today. Why don't we get started actually painting something? What do you say? So what I've been doing for these guys is using gray liner almost like a wash, which is not its intended purpose, but it's kind of been working. I just take a little bit of this Reaper gray liner on my wet palette here, which is a little too wet, and I think that might work against me some today. Pull some moisture off of it. When the wet palette is too wet, it gets a little swampy, and when it's swampy, I have trouble mixing on it. It's not a swamp palette, it's a wet palette. A moist palette, if you will. So I'm taking that Reaper gray liner and I'm going to mix it with a little bit of Vallejo Flow Aid, just to break the surface tension even further. And you'll see what it does. It's been working pretty well for me so far in my quick and dirty clone painting. And you know what I love about 3D printing for a game like this is, like, okay, here is the official Captain Rex model purchased from FFG. And it's a good model. I like it. It's a perfectly fine model. But this little son of a bitch will cost you $12, or if you're trying to get him right now, even more, because manufacturing is such that you can't find him. And that's, you know, that's okay, I suppose. But you know how much this guy cost me? Like, 10 cents? And if I want another one, you know how long it's going to take me? I'm going to turn around, I'm going to push a button, I'm going to wait 8 hours. Like, that's it. No, the Candy Wars are over. We are not bringing the Candy Wars back into this. Isn't Bigfoot a Sasquatch? That is a subject of some debate, Cat. It may surprise you to know, and it's weird that I know, but I do. That you won't necessarily get Sam Squanch enthusiasts to agree on what is a Sasquatch and what is not. They have different names for him all across the world. Opened a new front in the Candy Wars. God damn it. We left our flanks undefended. Alright, there we go. You started a huge fight in... Oh, that's the new front, was in Sasha Gray's stream. That is magnificent. I mean, that's kind of how she made most of her money, I think, Roland. But that's fantastic. That Thunderhead has rolled over into Sasha Gray's stream. Let the infection commence. Actually, I don't want to talk about infections in reference to former porn stars. I feel like that's an avenue for... Let's just not. Let's don't do that. I can hear that going south as I say it out loud. That happens to me a lot on the stream. Like, I open my mouth and words start coming out, and as they're coming out, I realize I should not have said this thing. This was a mistake. And then someone clips it, and then Chaotic Harmony makes a voice clip out of it, and then I get peer pressured into attaching a command to it, and here we are. Please don't get infected. I've been really working on that, Iguana. Putting in the effort. So, this is what I've been doing with the watered down gray liner, and I think you can kind of see what it does is it glazes the whole area, but then it washes over into the crevices to the point where I don't really even need to touch this again, necessarily. Like, it's selling the black undersuit idea pretty well. And I think I was about to say, I was leading into talking about why I like the 3D printing aspect of this, and the fact that I can make another one of this. I feel very free to use experimental and, maybe this will work, kind of painting techniques on this model in particular, as opposed to that official Rex, because that official Rex is a pain in the ass to get. This one, if I don't like the paint job, I'll fucking throw it in the trash, and I'll start over again. This is... Cat, don't encourage that conversation. This is not good radio. So I'm just going around and hitting all the places where the underbody suit would be exposed. And you don't have to do a lot of detail on these, it just really helps to break up the armor plates. There's a lot of white. There's a whole lot of white on these guys. Painting white is always a bit of a chore. I've done a lot of it lately, though. I feel pretty good about it. I don't know if my formula is the best anyone's ever had, but it gets the job done, you know? How's everybody doing today? What's everybody working on? I want you to post it in the Storm Report. I do. Don't go Thunderskunk. Don't do it. What am I printing the minis on? This is not from the Ender Yeti School. Anything that is this detailed, I'm printing on an Elegoo Mars. Which I picked up for about $250 on sale when it first released, and I have not regretted that for a second. I'm also doing the weapons in the same gray, because we're going to come back and we're going to make them metallic a little bit later. We do. We only have 2 Thunderskunk Redemptions so far. And I think we're going to take another swing at one of them just as soon as we finish off the Shatter Camo Cataphract, which will be this week. The gray liner goes on so nice that you can both use it to fill low areas like that, and it also does a great job. Like here, the inside of this elbow, there's not really any detail except the crotch of his elbow. But I still want a dark line there, and this will go in there pretty well. It's going to take some cleanup later because my brushwork is not the cleanest as it is. But most of the color flows into the crevice, and then cleanup is pretty easy. Now the liner will do this on its own, but with Flow Aid it does it that much more. Working on face masks today. Posted a pic of the stack of cut ones in the Storm Report. I'm looking forward to seeing that, Girl Geek. Now I know that we have a general policy around here, somewhat unspoken, but we might as well make it spoken. I don't like to talk that much about world events. And this isn't just specific to recent world events like COVID-19. This is... I don't like to talk that much about world events, because it doesn't matter. With this, as polarized as everything is these days, everybody falls on one side of a fence or the other. And not saying that one side is right or wrong. Like, I may have beliefs like that, but it is not in any way relevant to this stream. I don't think it's relevant to this stream. I don't think you guys probably want to talk about it, because it always inevitably involves an argument. Now, I'm saying this, Girl Geek, because positive efforts, overall positive efforts related to the current situation in the world, like creating masks for hospitals, medical workers, and just for your fellow citizens, that's fucking awesome. And please feel free to share that. Absolutely feel free to share that. Don't let my general silence policy on major world events prevent you from doing that, because that's great. Like, I can't imagine a person in the world who would look at that and go, nah, this is bad. And frankly, if that person exists, they can fuck off. But again, I don't particularly see that as divisive, and I really think it's cool that you're doing that, and thank you very much for sharing. Inner sphere politics. Yeah, we can talk nonsense politics. I'm perfectly fine with that. You guys ever want to argue, like, Battletech or Star Wars politics? Man, we're all over that shit. Not that Star Wars politics are terribly complicated. Who are the bad guys? Well, they've got red laser swords, and they shoot lightning. Oh, okay, yeah, sweet. Gotcha. I love that lurk. That's so damn cool. Hey, Manro Fasal, how you doing, man? But why are those guys the bad? From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Fucking line. It's so bad. They're evil because George Lucas's understanding of nuance is very limited. Very limited indeed. And what I think it's funny is that now a lot of people don't remember, and I think most of you probably do, but a lot of people who are Star Wars fans weren't around for George W. Bush and probably miss the more direct critiques. Not even critiques, just like callbacks that he put into the prequel episodes that were like, oh, George W. Bush said that. Like, I feel like that might be lost on people these days. At the time, it was like, oh yeah, I remember that. But, you know, leading on from what I was saying, I would also like to encourage anyone who does not know to participate in a little event. God damn it, I'm sorry about that with the link. I keep saying I'm going to address my moderation bot, and I keep not doing it because I'm a bad person. That's why. But if there's anyone who is interested, I would encourage you to participate in a little bit we have on the stream called The Storm Report, which is really just a channel on the Discord where you can post pictures of creative things that you've been working on that you'd like to share with the chat and with me. And towards the end of the stream, we go over to that channel and we have a look at what you posted and we talk about it a little bit. And it's been a fantastic resource, I think, for everybody so far. To get feedback, to get tips, and just to share their work in kind of a, you know, fairly safe, non-judgmental kind of a space. Which, let's face it, a lot of us need. Particularly when it comes to dealing with artistic subjects. And it can be so hard sharing your art, particularly on the internet. Because it's not even like sharing your art locally with people you know. It's like sharing your art with the whole world. And guess what? A lot of them are better at it than you are. And it's intimidating. I struggle with it. Like, I do a lot of it, and it's still, every time, I'm like, oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. So if you'd like to share with a smaller audience, a more enthusiastic audience, and one that is very interested to see what you're working on, please pop over into the Discord, jump into the Storm Report, and post something you want to share. It doesn't even have to be art. It can be photography. It can be, we've got a number of people doing cross-stitch. Girl Geek has been doing cross-stitch lately, and that's fucking awesome. Cat's done some cross-stitch.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Please. Oh, God. We don't judge you harshly at all, Roland. I really appreciate the things that... No, that's fair to mention, Commissar Iguana. And frankly, I brought this up. Now, I don't want to get into a big political back and forth, particularly about George W. Bush, though that's passed some time ago for most of us. But yes, that line specifically, with his, if you're not with me, then you are my enemy, was at the time, like, he had just said that. It had been no more than a year or two since George W. Bush had said, you're either with us or you're with the terrorists. And so it was just like, okay, George, you couldn't even be bothered to shift the words around. I get what you're saying, man, I get it. But yeah, probably not go too much deeper into it than that, because frankly, it's boring. It's boring! Wouldn't you guys rather talk about robots and space lasers? I mean, hell, I always would. Specifically, if you tape bananas to walls, I'd like to see an example of your work. I don't entirely understand how you're making money doing that, but awesome. Hey, Crossbow Roof. Yeah, you're right. It was, maybe with the benefit of hindsight, it's worth noting that it was on the nose because we need it to be on the nose because we are incapable of recognizing nuance in anything. But now we're just getting into the subject that I always talk about in private, which is my general misanthropy and loathing for humankind. And I don't really think that that's a good subject either. Even I don't enjoy talking about that. Oh, I am a bit of a misanthrope. There's a reason I live out in the middle of fucking nowhere. There really is. Most people irritate me on a daily basis. But I have been lucky enough, really lucky enough, to find so many cool people on this stream who want to hang out and share my interests. And you know, guys, this is some of the best socialization. Like, regardless of lockdowns or anything like that, this is some of the best socialization I get right here. I appreciate you guys coming out. I appreciate you being as enthusiastic as you are. I appreciate you going along with my stupid little ideas and schemes and concepts. Like, you feed my creative engine for what it's worth. I would totally eat a chocolate pirate ship. See, first you have to make one. And that sounds hard. Sumer, thank you so much. I think I've said before, like, I would be doing this anyway. I started this stream to give myself more time, more dedicated time every week that I'm like, okay, I'm sitting down at this time and I'm painting for this long. That's the idea behind it. So as long as that's happening, I'm gonna keep going. But if you guys are having fun too, I mean, shit. There are worse things in life than spreading a little bit of joy. In fact, if I can do that, if I can spread a little happiness, spread a little enthusiasm, if I can get people working on hobbies that they didn't realize they could or that they lost a while ago, and because if I'm being honest, the best things I've heard out of viewers, the absolute best things, have always been, hey man, I started painting because of your stream. I mean, like, I don't even know how to respond to that. That makes me so happy. I lack the words to express how important that is to me. Because encouragement is a lot of what I lacked for most of my life, and it's something that I've had to find. And if I can encourage you, if I can get you out of your shell a little bit, if I can get you to believe that you can also be an artist, that you don't have to be the best artist in the world to be an artist. That, like I said, I lack the words. I really do, you guys. We peer pressure him to... I mean, yeah, that's true, too. This is also the primary avenue through which I am subject to your peer pressure. Of course, that's assuming a lot, Cat. That's assuming I view you as peers and not money cows. I don't. You don't pay me that much. And I'm just going to be going over a number of parts here to bring out the details with my gray liner for a bit. If anybody has any questions, as always, please feel free to ask. I'm not the best painter in the world. I'm not even the best painter on Twitch by a long damn shot, but I enjoy what I do, and if you see something I do that you like and you want to know how to do it, I'm always happy to talk about it. I know that what helped me a lot getting started painting was being able to ask some painters, like, what were your thoughts behind what you did there? Because they're seeing, okay, this is what you want to do, and then there's understanding what thought led you to know that you had to do that. If that makes sense. And so much of painting is just knowing, okay, what's my next step? You know? What am I trying to accomplish? Haribo. I pay you nothing, you pay me nothing. Cat, you are a fucking liar. Cat, by the way, is the one who graciously provided the amazing emotes that we now have on this channel. If you are at any point tempted to give me credit for those, stop, drop, and thank Cat. I guess you don't have to drop to do that part. That's just how, you know, the saying goes. I should have a glove on. Damn it. Thank you. I'm just wiping it right on my hand.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
Yeah, stain that hand. That's why we're here. Flavolicious. Good to see you, Cat. Would you give me a shout out for Flavolicious right quick? And also, Cat, if the AMAX stops in today, you should pop a shout out for her. She was streaming earlier. She was streaming. AMAX was streaming something. Which I realize that sounds insane. She doesn't actually stream things. She just talks about how one day she's going to. But no shit, there she was. I think she might be on now, Cat. You don't have to hang out here. There's nothing keeping you here. If you guys enjoy Battletech literally anything, you should check out Flavolicious' channel. This man has been doing some painting recently that is top-notch, to say the least. Not only is he painting the best faction in Battletech, the Free Worlds League, but he is painting one of the best paint schemes they have in the form of the Merrick Militia. I don't know what you're working on next, Flava Flack, if you will. But I'm excited to find out what it is. Now, I'm going to a level of detail on Captain Ron that I will not go to on my regular clones. Let's just state that real quick, in case you think I'm doing this every single time. I'm not. I'm just not that cool. Multitasking. You hear that, guys? Now's the time to slip in your violations, because Cat's not going to be paying attention. Maybe NS Infantry and Battle Armor? Oh, yeah, that could be pretty cool. Alright, Sentient makes a good point. Maybe I should shut the fuck up about what quality level I'm painting to at any given time, because I do have a tendency to be like, alright guys, I'm doing tabletop quality, and then I'm like, highlighting somebody's face for the next hour. That's not tabletop, and I'm not... When I do that, I'm really not trying to be like... Because people will humble brag like that sometimes. You know they do it. They'll be like, oh yeah, I just quickly knocked this together for tabletop quality. And it's like, just this amazing piece of work. And they know what they've done. It's not what I'm trying to do. I try to shoot for tabletop quality, and then I get sucked into the detail, and I can't let myself move past it. And before I know it, I've done more than I meant to. I have a hard time stopping myself sometimes once I get to work on a model. Particularly if it's for someone other. Like, if I'm painting my models, I never seem to have a real hard time stopping. Like, I don't feel like working on it anymore. Okay, I'm done. If I'm painting a model for somebody else, I have a hard time finding that done point. Because I'm like, I know I could do a little more, and I'd really like them to be happy with what they're getting. I don't think that's a bad instinct, but it is something that I need to control. It's what made commission painting so hard for me, and why I take very few commissions anymore, is because when I get tabletop commissions, like, paint this whole army just good enough to play with, like, it's gonna be 6 months, and afterwards I'm gonna be like, whoopsie daisy, can you pay me more money? I'm a shitty fucking commission painter. Unless you want something that's maybe a little overthought and overwrought, in which case, oh, I can do that. You want me to overthink a problem? Fucking get in line. Yeah, this is the first mini I ever painted. Post the Medal of Golden Demon Award. That happens. That really does happen. Biggest painting hang-up is now known what or how to do. Hence, so much is based off reference. Oh, I see what you mean, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Yeah, I have that problem too. So not sure if I've asked this before, but anyone play the Star Wars RPG Force and Destiny? I've gotten ready to start Force and Destiny campaigns a few times, Manro, and have never actually gotten to start a game. It's, it's the fate of so many RPGs. I have that problem too, Hethrier. I can't price my own work. The best pricing I ever did was when I was down in Texas, and Greg the Salt Miner, who's in here sometimes, actually kind of took over for me on that front, because people would come up to me and say, hey, I want you to paint this many just like you painted your own. And I'd be like, oh shit, I gotta come up with a price now. How much is my time worth? What's rational? What's reasonable? What are people willing to pay? And I'd start hemming and hawing, and Greg would just pop out of the woodwork and go, that'll cost you $200. Which is a number I would never have named. And the people would then go, okay, done. And I'm like, whew, okay, thank you. I have a hard time believing that my work is worth that much money to people. But people have disagreed with me. And I'm not gonna argue with them if they agree to it. I just have a hard time proposing it. I don't know why. I don't know what I'm afraid is gonna happen. It's one of those things where, like, let's say that you quote a person a price that is way too high. Like, what's the worst thing that's gonna happen? The worst case scenario is they go, oh, well, never mind on the project, which is not really lost money, because it wasn't really yours in the first place. It's not like they're gonna fucking stab you, you know? But it feels like a big deal. And you want to represent yourself well. We get the bar lowered a bit, though, because there are so many assholes out there who represent themselves as the best ever and just suck, that if you're even halfway decent at what you do, you can afford to represent yourself pretty well. Did that sentence make sense? I feel like I got my words mixed up. I hope you understood what I was trying to say. Hey, downslide. He touched the butt. I'm gonna touch the butt quite a bit today, Firestarter. You better be ready for that. That's what we're all about around here. Am I painting the... I mean, yeah, I'll be painting the butt. There's gonna be some butt painting going. It's not my fault that his butt is exposed. By the way, I have to note that none of the other ARC Troopers have exposed butts. Their commas all cover all the way around. Now, I'm not, you know, trying to say anything about Captain Ron. I'm just saying that it's a little weird he wears assless chaps when that's clearly not the uniform. Yeah, Verg, it's... And you know, the other thing is that once a paint job becomes a responsibility rather than something fun, it takes on different feeling. I don't have a pattern for painting the jetpack in mind, specifically, but I think I'm just going to repeat the colors for the clone captain on it for the most part. I'm not going to overthink it. Again, part of what I like about 3D printing is if I decide I don't like the color arrangement that I did after the fact, I'll just make another one. I know I could pull up a reference image for the JT-12 jetpack on ARC Troopers, because I know they wore it in the cartoons. I don't really care to. Who needs it? I'm pretty sure they were mostly white, you know, that's good enough for me. I left a couple of attachment points that I didn't quite clean up well enough. Oh, well. I think I'll probably live. The rest of this is going to be white, and then I'll probably do the missile tips in red. Probably. We'll see. There'll be some red on the jetpack one way or the other, I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, paint block sucks, man. Hey, White Wolf, good to see you, man. How you doing? All chaps, okay, yeah, Firestarter with the technicality in here. Yes, this is technically true. All chaps are assless. But yes, saying assless chaps is more fun. It really gets the point across, because you can say, he's wearing chaps, and people might not know that chaps are assless. But if you note that they're assless, you really get the point across. That being that his ass is exposed when it doesn't need to be. And it really is. Look at that. Luca Chiocci. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a good time. I know I am. So proposed clone names, please toss them at me. I'm a receptive item. Colonel Matthew Steiner dropping the biddies, getting things moving. Thank you so much, Colonel Matthew Steiner. That's why I do it. That's why I do it. It's for the bits. It's all about the bits, ultimately. I am a creature of pure greed and malice. That's just me all over. Leaving the upper panels here undone because... Oh, I splorped right on his face. I'm going to have to clean that up. Well, that's going to happen. That's why I'm doing the deep parts first. And why that's a pretty good policy in general.
You know, I
for
suppose
models.
you could just go ahead and glorp that paint on anywhere.
Oh, I
it's not
earned
like we're
that
trying
one.
to get inside the lines or anything.
I earned that one. That wasn't even O'Coral. He's usually the one getting me. Do their little clone frowny face that they got.
Little frowny face. They look so angry.
And this is why we do the deep parts first, is because I can come back and clean up any splorps, glorps, blips, blaps, whips, or waps. None of which are words. After the fact.
When you start to delve into the duality of good and evil, it's quickly evident which side most people will take. Maybe it's time we all gave evil a chance.
I've listened to this song before on here, and every time I'm just like, who the hell wrote this? Maybe it's time we gave evil a chance. What the fuck are you talking about? I can't remember. Are the rangefinders just metallic colored? I've got a picture of the... Okay, they're white on top. Okay, I'm glad I looked. Snake, Cash. Ooh, I hadn't thought of Cash. I hadn't thought of Stronghold or Hightower either. McCready, yeah, I went with McCready for the actual unit name, which is really unofficial and not necessary or important in any way, but I went with McCready's Marauders just so I could have something to tell someone that would get across the point. It's all Kurt Russell characters. I imagine that these aren't even clones of Jango Fett, they're clones of Kurt Russell. It was a weird time on Camino. They were running short of genetic material, and somebody reminded them that it's all in the reflexes. Alright, I think that's all the gray lining I strictly need to do. A little bit more just to sell some of these shadows better. Don't need any there. A little bit here. That's pretty good. I think I'm good. No love for Corporal Burt, Private Ernie. We'll get the whole list before too long. Yeah, hipster lyrics. It's not even hipster lyrics. It's like mega edgelord lyrics. Like, I'm 14 and this is deep lyrics. Yeah, Cash is actually really good. I hadn't thought of Cash and I'm a little embarrassed to have forgotten such an iconic Kurt Russell role. I don't want to use his character from Stargate because McNeil really got defined more by MacGyver than he did by Kurt Russell in the end. So I know a number of people have started using these Dr. P.H. Martin's acrylics. I gotta say, I like their white. I like their just plain white. I use it for highlighting quite a lot. Ego. Yeah, that's not a bad choice either. Yeah, the chat's demanding it now. Well, if the chat demands it, obviously I must do it. I'm pretty sure those are the rules of Twitch, right? What's up, Datron Voltari? Love the idea of a batch of Kurt Russell ARC troopers. Problem is, Snake has to be Sans helmet. I thought about doing Snake somehow with a way to show the eye patch. You know, like with one eye taken out or a scar or something. I don't know. I could do him without the helmet. I mean, it's possible. I don't like doing helmetless troopers. You know? It's kind of a... That's not a catch-22. That's not what a catch-22 is, but it is a Sophie's choice. Ooh, was that tasteless? That might have been tasteless. Colonel O'Neill is the coolest. But again, he was more defined by MacGyver than he was by Kurt Russell. I realize that now. Battle damage to an eye of the helmet could work for Snake. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought of either like a scar across one eye of the helmet, or having a rangefinder down over one, just something to cover one eye up, so that when I'm like, well, you know, that's Sergeant Robert, but he demands that you call him Snake. As if that joke weren't obvious enough. Yeah, carbon scoring eye patch. I don't know. You know what? We'll probably do a stream for painting Snake, and we'll come up with something. I don't mind taking suggestions from the chat. Shit, you guys know that by now. So I'm just coming in with a very thinned down white to start my armor highlights. And I'm going to do all my armor highlights in white before I come back in and I do the sections that are going to be in red, because I'm going with the traditional clone armor rank colorations, which would make a captain red. By traditional, I mean the ones that were in the first cartoon and Attack of the Clones and then never seen again. It's going to be a tricky one because white is not going to show up as well for you as it does for me in this camera, and I apologize for that, but there will be some good pictures of the final product later on, I'm sure. You know I can't help but share. I demand praise. I need praise. If I'm not being praised, I'm basically not even alive. It's healthy, right? The rangefinder would make more sense. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Samare. And I mean, you can hand wave a clone going in with damaged equipment easily enough, but I kind of liked the idea of having the one rangefinder down in front of the eye just to be suggestive of the eye patch. Too bad you aren't good at freehanding. What'd you have in mind, Roland? I can do some freehanding. Oh, I could freehand a snake on... Oh, I could do his tattoo, you're right. Oh, shit. Stop giving me ideas. I fucking love Kurt Russell. And I will try these stupid things. Like for Todd, I was thinking I might try to put a barcode on his cheek or something. It wouldn't be an actual barcode, obviously, just something vaguely suggestive of one. Great job sucking slightly less this time. That's exactly the kind of praise that I love, though, Sentient Pickle. When praise is too enthusiastic, I have like a defense mechanism related to it where I'm like, I assume that it's false. Like somebody's blowing smoke, somebody's fucking with me. But that reeks of honesty. Sensible praise, you know? Today on Thunderhead Stream, Thunderhead shamelessly begs for you to tell him he's awesome. Hellfrog 3110. The latest in a long line of Hellfrogs. Approximately 3,109 Hellfrogs have come before, and none of them have stood up to the rigors of the storm like 3110. What's up, man? Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. I need this to be a little bit thinner for these highlights, because I'm about to start laying on more white than I know what to do with. Now I'll just freehand a working QR code. No big deal. Vergaderung is right on the money. It is all about sucking slightly less than I did yesterday. Which, that's another one of those things where I say it and I'm like, I probably shouldn't give people that. It reminds me of, not to bring up fucking George W. Bush twice in 2 streams, but there's the classic bit that he said when he said, we got a saying in Texas. I know it's in Texas, maybe it's in Tennessee, which we're already off on shaky ground there. Says, so, you know, fool me once, and shame on you. Fool me twice, well, you can't get fooled again. It's a classic at this point. And we like to make fun of it and go, oh, how dumb he was. But when you think about that one, it's kind of clever. I feel like in that moment, he realized he was about to, as the president on screen, say the words, shame on me. And he heard it being repeated to him over and over and over again in campaign ads and in hit pieces, and just over and over. He heard his voice echoing, shame on me. And he thought quickly, I shouldn't say that. And he busted out some, like, song lyrics. You can't get fooled again. Like, it's actually kind of clever. I like it. Fool me twice, prepare to die. You know, proverbs are usually better in the original Klingon. Like Shakespeare. I don't like to go overboard with the white highlighting on the armor, particularly down on the legs. I like my brightest highlights to be toward the top of the model. And I'll do kind of like these hash marks for real light highlighting down here. And then I'll hit the hard edges. That would be catching light no matter what. I'd be impressed if I could freehand a barcode that you could actually fucking scan. That's the impression that I've gotten, Roland. I never met him. He was president while I was in the service, so he was my, quote, in big air quotes, my president. He was the president that I saw on the walls every time I went into anybody's office. I never got a chance to meet him, but I wouldn't have minded it. You say what you will about George W. Bush, he is an interesting fellow. I like his portrayal in Harold and Kumar Go to Guantanamo Bay. That's my favorite version of George W. Bush. The one sitting around smoking weed in his daddy's guest house. I like to think that's the most accurate. But then I like to think the best of everyone, you know? How'd you base it, buddy? What's up, bi-curious George? Wait, how did I base what? I haven't based this guy yet. Unless you're talking about the base colors. And I could answer that question. The bases, I'm actually... If you're asking about model bases, I have a bunch of these... What are they called? Utapau style model bases that I've done up. They're just...
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Anyway, they are vaguely reminiscent of the Utapau environment from Star Wars Episode 3. I'm doing all my clones on these. Primed! Ah, that's okay. That's okay. That's a good question, too. I should move my beer away from my paint cup. because that was about to go all kinds of wrong. Janky, this model is so this model in particular is a 3D printed figure. This is not sold by FFG. These ones are done by Darkfire Studios on Gumroad, who sells the STLs, and I printed this here at home on my own Elegoo Mars, and I was able to put a little jetpack on him, which is not a part of the... Oh, I see a spot I missed. This is not a part of the original model. I pulled this off of Thingiverse separately, shrunk it down, and just attached it to his back so that he'd have a jetpack. Now, Darkfire Studios has a whole series of models that will work for ARC Troopers, and that's why I've got this ARC Trooper set here, printed up for an actual ARC Trooper squad that's coming later. I do not have early access to anything from FFG. I don't even have access to some of the current stuff that's out. Oh, how did I prime it? So, I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream. I've only done a little bit of white down here, so all the white and the gray that you see in here, the dark gray I've just put on, but all the white portions, this was a black primer, and then zenithal spray of first Vallejo dark blue gray, and then Vallejo wolf gray, and then a teeny tiny direct from on top spray of pure white, and that gave this fairly decent gradient, and now I'm just coming through with pure white and touching it up and giving it the highlights where it needs them. Very close, Janky. Very, very close. In fact, I can hold up here. Now, I have noted some scale differences between the FFG Clone Troopers and the Darkfire Studios Clone Troopers. Most notably, FFG's Clone Troopers are done in what they call heroic scale, which is to say that everything is a little bit exaggerated. Their heads are oversized, their weapons are slightly oversized, their thighs and arms are thicker than they normally would be. Like, if you took this guy, this Clone Captain Rex, and you blew him up to full human height, he would look strange. You'd look at him and go, what the fuck happened to that guy? Because he'd be all kind of bulgy in places you wouldn't expect. But it works really well at tabletop scale. Now, Darkfire Studios has toned that down a little bit. These are a little bit more realistically proportioned. Their limbs are slightly more narrow, but they're the same height. The shoulder pads are slightly smaller, which doesn't really bother me. And the heads that he gives you are also slightly smaller. However, it's as easy as bumping the heads up about 10% in scale when you print them out, and they come out almost identical to the regular Clone Troopers. Like, close enough you won't even notice. Janky, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. That's it. Talk dirty to me. Talk about that dirty primer. Ooh. What's up, Supernaut? How you doing? By Curious George. Also chasing the storm. It's a good day. It's a good day to be a storm chaser, let me tell you. I'm not sure exactly why, but I'm sure that it is. So, I had talked before when we hit 300 followers about, hey, we should do something for that. And I said it, and by the time I got around to doing anything about it, I looked and we were at like 350, so that kind of didn't happen. But damn it, we're getting close to breaking 400, and guys, if we hit 400 followers, I'm probably going to do an STL giveaway for, well, it'll be Battletech stuff. I don't know if you guys, if all my viewers play Battletech now. Maybe I need to expand my product line a little bit, you know? I've been working on some Legion terrain too, so maybe it'll depend on what the viewer plays, what they get. Either way, it's going to be STLs for digital printing, 3D printing, or maybe some printed stuff. I don't know. You know what? Give me ideas. What would you like to see? But we should do something, is what I'm saying. If we get to 400 followers, we should do something to mark the occasion. Because I let 300 just fly right by. And that's no fun, now is it? Cat Ion. Just charging things up with that gift sub. 8 gift subs in the channel. I still think, this is important, but I know it's important to Greg that he's ahead of you. I'm fine with that, though, because every time I tell Greg that, he just gives more gift subs. A Silvery Demise. Yeah, now our primary work on here is still Battletech. I think most of our viewers are still Battletech-centric, which is great. But I've been doing some heavy gear and stuff lately too, so. I think people would probably still like to get a set of the Trinity City files. They are nice! If I may toot my own horn for a moment, they're very nice files. I've got them printed myself right this very moment. Cat, popping out some more gift subs. My God, has anyone seen the... Okay, by Curious. We have a no-spoiler policy for the Clone Wars right now. Because I have not watched the new season. I started... When the new season started coming out, I started the series over because I hadn't watched it in a few years. I'm mid-season 5 right now. So I'm almost I'm close. I'm getting there. Like, I see you already said no spoilers, but I'd just like to reiterate. Roland, don't you fucking do this. Roland, why would you... What are you doing? Don't start this again. This is the most divided the Storm Chasers have ever been, is over candy preferences. It's shocking. Ah! See? He's British. He has all kinds of crazy candies you've never heard of. Like Twiddly Bits and Thumble Scorgs and other equally silly sounding things. Legitimately though, Tim Tams are the shit. I remember the first time I went to England and there was an advertisement for... It wasn't Powerade, it was some other energy drink I'd never heard of, and it was Lara Croft. Fucking Tomb Raider was just all over the place, and I was like, you guys just have a totally different level of marketing over here. For things I've never heard of. Lucozade, that was probably it, George. That sounds right. The Red Vine insurrection. I mean, it's about to be. But, yeah. Penny whistles and moon pies. Dude, moon pies, I don't even like moon pies, but there was a dude out in California who ran a sushi bar. And I guess he liked moon pies. He kept a bunch of them in a freezer behind the counter. And he hooked us up with some one time when we were just hanging out in the sushi bar late at night. And it was like mostly closed, but he was like, yeah, whatever, hang out. I'll make you guys some more sushi. And he brought us frozen moon pies. And they weren't bad. I would have felt rude not even eating them at all, which is kind of what I wanted to do, because I'm like, ugh, moon pie. But, honestly, if I have to eat a moon pie, pop it in the freezer first. They have the same effect that freezers have on gummy bears, of just taking what is good about them and making it better. Place in Motown did a moon pie beer and it was amazing. That's horrifying. Curious George, I was U.S. Army. I've been out for well over 10 years now. It's been a while. I am a consummate civilian at this point. We got a lot of vets. We have a lot of vets in the group and in the chat. And I gotta be honest, I was saying earlier about our no politics policy, and I really love that everybody has been like super duper respectful of that, because I know for a fact that we have a lot of veterans who disagree on a number of subjects, and not one time has it turned into a real argument. It makes me... I don't want to sound patronizing. I'm so proud of you guys. You're so nice and cool and good. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say you guys fucking rock. And I have a remarkably mature audience for the fact that most of my jokes are dick-related. I mean, I'm going to push this button again, just to drive that point home. He is a colonel. It says right there in his name. Are you legitimately a colonel, Matthew Steiner? Like, I wouldn't doubt it. I've known some... some colorful colonels. Yeah, I didn't think so. I would think that you would have better things to do than waste time with us. That's not to say we don't get officers in this chat. I know of a couple. But they're like, you know, Louis. They don't even really count. On good terms with Colonel Sanders. Well, I mean, that's the only colonel you really need to know. We're here to see things shoot lasers and blow shit up. Let's be honest, politics doesn't fit very well. You know, that's exactly my fucking policy. It's not that we couldn't discuss these things. It's not that we couldn't even discuss these things in a controlled and reasonable manner. It's that that's not what I'm fucking here to talk about. Hey, Wolfenspawn, good to see you, man. How are things? And we got a couple of new people in the chat, I've noticed. So I would just like to go ahead and mention again that we have a little bit we do on this stream called The Storm Report. How many times am I going to say that the same way with my little dramatic pause? Like, how long does it take before that becomes cloying and irritating? Or is that what branding is? Do you like that? I don't know. You tell me. But the point is, we like to share our creativity around here. I think it does a lot for everybody. It does a lot for me, and I know that people seem to enjoy it. So if you're a creative of any kind, or even if you're not really that creative, but you've just made something recently, you painted something, painting minis for the first time, maybe you're an expert mini painter, I don't know, we got some of those too. Maybe you like photography, maybe you like cross-stitch, you know? I don't know. The point is, I'd like to find out. So I'd love it if you would pop over into the Discord, jump into the channel called The Storm Report, and post some of your work. Towards the end of the stream, we jump into that channel and we take a look. Right here, live on the stream, and we talk about what we see. And you know, it's been really just a good time for everybody so far. We've got a fantastic community of very talented people here who are willing to give advice, or if advice is not what you're after, many of us are willing to simply marvel at what you do. Because we love it. We love it. Seriously though, I feed off your creativity, and if you guys aren't sharing your creativity with me, who the fuck am I supposed to rip off for ideas? Come on. Let's be realistic here. Now, highlighting white armor with blending is a tricky process, and I'm not super confident in every single area of white that I'm making broader, but the general idea is I'm just trying to think of where light would be hitting coming from nearly straight up, and getting a couple of broad bits of white on each plate in addition to the hard highlights, because the hard highlights on the edges, they're nice, but they're not everything. Now I keep my white nice and thin so I can do a few layers of it like that and kind of build it up, and then keep it darker on the inside of the thigh, right? Makes sense, I think. Did just finish your clones tonight, George. George, you naughty monkey, I'd love to see him. Just start working on the Dazzle Crab. That Dazzle camo you did on the Oscout Verg was fucking awesome. I mean, really. That's, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't part of what inspired me to, and you have to forgive me, Roland, I haven't made any more progress on this guy yet, but we're gonna get back to him, to even try this paint scheme. I looked at what Vergaderung did, and I said, well, if that asshole can do it, then, I mean, anybody can... No, that's not what I said! That doesn't even sound like me! I said Vergaderung is an incredibly talented painter, and if he has the balls to try something like that, I certainly should. The Crazzle, the Crab Dazzle, the Crabazzle. I'm sure that we can portmanteau that into something worthwhile. I'm sure you're well aware, but just in case, are you aware of the Blu-ray release of Robot Jocks? I am! I actually am aware of that, Samare. I haven't picked it up yet, but I know that it happened. I asked because of the commentaries by the special effects group. Okay, I didn't realize they were adding extra commentaries to it. That sounds worth checking out, because I am a big fan of everything the special effects crew did in that movie. I love all the concept art and the behind-the-scenes stop-motion stuff that they did for the Matsumoto and for the Kovalevsky. Really incredible stuff. Fantastic work. I'm going to have to check that out. I need to pick it up. I have a picture of myself and Charles Band doing Crash and Burn. It's me and him bumping fists with our thumbs up. Which is funny because Charles Band, of all the people involved in making that movie, was probably the least interested in it. He's like, yeah, okay, we're making a robot movie, and it was everybody else that was more excited about it than he was. Charles Band wanted to get to the serious business of his career, making movies like Evil Bong and Ginger Dead Man. Just posted in the Storm Report. That's fucking fantastic. George, thank you so much for that. I'm gonna have to check that out. Supernaut, how you doing today, man? It's good to see you. My eyeball's twitching again today, guys. Some retrospective by the director as well as the special... Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. I'm gonna have to pick that up. I can't have as many fucking Robot Jocks clips as I have and not own that. I'm gonna touch the butt. You guys ready? Scandalous. It's actually a bit much. I'm glad Firestarter's waiting in the wings just to make comments when I touch the butt. Amax is in a strip club right now, so touch away. Well, when isn't Amax in a strip club? Please don't tell her I said that. I respect women. I certainly respect the ones that will punch me in my face. Do we know what this thing on the back of the clone armor is supposed to be? I remember that it's on Stormtrooper armor, and some Star Wars cross-sections book a bajillion years ago claimed that it was a thermal detonator. Is that what it's supposed to be on clones as well? Is this a grenade? I realize I don't know. And it doesn't matter, but thermal detonator? Admin pouch, life support unit, demolitions charge. These are words for the same thing. Just based on the fact that they decided it was a thermal detonator on Stormtroopers, I would figure that, yeah, it's another grenade/mine. Which is funny because they don't actually have a grenade standard, you have to equip it. But, you know, FFG is kind of a funny company. FFG has made a couple of questionable design decisions as far as Legion goes, but if I had to pick one and say, what the fuck were you thinking? It has to be the tank that they put in from Rogue One. I don't know if it was designated this before by like one of those Incredible cross-sections, but there's better than that though. There's like Star Wars encyclopedias, which are like the old Incredible cross-sections books they did. But that tank, the Gav something occupier. It's expensive. Yeah, it really is. But my problem with it is not so much that it's expensive, is that I look at it and I go, oh, well, that's an armored truck. Like, that's what it is. It was transporting a bunch of crates through the city. Most of the space in it is devoted to cargo space. It has a couple of medium blasters on it, like one on each side, and then it has a cupola gunner on top. And somebody at FFG was like, well, that's an assault tank. That's a truck, man. What the fuck are you talking about? That's a tank. Okay, whatever, FFG. You guys make the rules. You do what you want. Yeah, glorified lorry. A combat lorry, apparently. Project Dark Fox Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. How you doing? It's always a pleasure to see Dark Fox. I love my regulars. I do. Not just because you're regular, but because I have attracted the best audience on Twitch. You know, if I'm going to say it, I might as well just commit to it, right? Other people think they have the best audiences out there. Sasha Grey thinks she has the best audience. Fucking Amaranth thinks she has the best audience. Daylight Gamer definitely thinks he has the best audience, but they're all fucking wrong. Why are they so wrong? Why are they so bad at being right about things? I don't know. You know, I wish I could help them. They're a passionate bunch. Strangely, yes. Guys, when I started the stream, I had charted out where I expected to be today, at the beginning of May. And I don't want to say this wasn't it, like I wasn't planning on having viewers. I was, but fewer. I'll tell you that. A lot fewer. So what I'm saying is, damn you people for making me work. No, I'm kidding. It's more of a thanks to each and every one of you who are here today and who have been with me so far. You've made this one of the more fun experiences in recent memory regarding painting. And you've got me working more. In a good way. In a way that I was having trouble to motivate myself, by myself before, and now I have less trouble with motivation. And that's really such a big part of painting, is finding the motivation to just start. Because doing it is not really that hard. But there's a tendency to just stare at it and think about it for long periods of time and accomplish nothing. And then at the end of it, like, give yourself shit for accomplishing nothing. And that's never helped anybody. Certainly never helped me. But this helps me. That's why I like the Storm Report so much, is because you guys get enthusiastic about it. Yeti School, chasing the storm, in this case, a snowstorm. Because they're Yetis, right? Because the abominable snowmen? No? Okay, that's fine. I only re-level my Elegoo if I bump the plate when cleaning. I haven't had to re-level my Elegoo until literally yesterday. I've run it for almost a year, and I hadn't had to re-level the plate until yesterday, and I think it's just because, yeah, I was cleaning the plate and I bumped it pretty good. Cybran Knight in the house. How you doing? So I gotta get a better picture for you, Cybran. I do. I've been playing with my exposure settings, with my aperture size and the speed. Cat, what are you? What? It's just gift subs for the new follows today? You're so cool, Cat. I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what to do about Cat. I couldn't get rid of her at this point if I wanted to. My stream would fall apart. It'd be crazy. What am I saying? Okay, I've been playing with my my settings to take better photos, and I need to do some for you, Cybran Knight, because honestly, I was looking at the pictures I sent you of this guy, and they're not as good as they could be. And I know you wanted this angle. I'm gonna get you some better ones. I'm gonna get you some better photos, because this guy, like, he looks better in person than I've been able to get him on any of the photos I've taken. Yeah, it's tricky. Oh, Firestarter, you like the Thunderbot? None of that's my material. Thunderbot comes up with all his own stuff.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
Hey.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Some of you may be wondering where that originated from. That was a fun day. Oh, God. For anyone wondering, the voice that will occasionally pop up on this stream to admonish me or to say something silly is another streamer that you should totally check out, who is not here right now as far as I know, even though he's not streaming, and if he's not streaming, he should be here. Doesn't he know that? What is he doing? What is he doing? What is Chaotic Harmony doing? Is he paying attention to his girlfriend? What kind of a nerd does that? He should be here in this stream. But my point being, that is another streamer named Chaotic Harmony, who is fucking hilarious, and an absolute pleasure to listen to and to watch. And if you're at all curious about his work, he paints Battletech miniatures, he plays MechWarrior Online, and he plays Battletech over Tabletop Simulator regularly. That's what he was doing earlier today. You should check out his channel if that interests you at all. Because, I mean, this is the dude to talk to on Battletech. We do a lot of Battletech painting here too, but that is so far all the painting that he does over there. So it might be a little more pure. Thank you so much for that, Cat. I appreciate that. Stupid internet keeps going out. Crossbow Roof, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad, though, that your first concern when your internet bounces back is, let's get back to Thunderhead. What? My ego is totally in check. What are you talking about? I missed a spot with my black lighting. I'm going to come back in and fix it. That should be everyone's first concern. Gotta have your priorities. Oh, that is mostly water that I just put in there and not very helpful to me. Let's pull that out with this brush. Wipe it off. A little dark water. That's basically the same thing as paint, right? What is paint but colored water? Well, Thunderhead, it's many things, as a matter of fact. Well, I mean, yeah, other Thunderhead, but what is it really? Isn't blood just thicker water? I think that we're onto something here. That everything's just water. Though, I mean, joking aside, you could follow that through to an interesting conclusion. Everything kind of is water on this planet. Almost everything that is has something to do with water. Life is kind of just like a big sack of water and salt that's learned to walk around and make memes. Not even all life. And, I mean, you know, we can disagree on political subjects all day long, chat. But if there's one thing that is absolutely true, it is that the pinnacle of human culture, the apex, the acme, if you will, of everything that humanity has ever done, all of our philosophy, all of our science, all of our medicine, which is, you know, falls under science for the most part.
50 Shades of Coal Gray.
It's not.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids,
Goddamn.
I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Oh no, we're not thinning. We're going in thick, baby. Damn it, Roland. I was leading into something. I was going to say memes. I was going to say the pinnacle of human culture is memes. Okay, there's the joke. One of the things we do here on Thunderhead Stream is ruin my punchlines. Though admittedly, I was taking way too long to lead into that. Comedic timing is about rat-a-tat, and all I got is rat. It's funny is I'm going to come back in later, I'm going to make his boots dirty, so what I'm doing right now is probably pointless, but I'm still going to do it, so, you know, you can deal with it. That'll do. Ahem. It's okay, Roland. I love you anyway. Life is just the end result of water's attempt to explore the land. I like that. And then come the memes, right? That's when we get to the memes. The memes have to be involved. Speaking of which, I haven't been using my memes. Kat showed up immediately, so I didn't get a chance to hit her with the... Oh, that's not it. This was gonna be for Kat.
Hello there.
But she's not usually here right when we start, so she stole my thunder. Might have been a bit much. There we go. That's looking pretty good. Got more than just rat. You got rat, but yeah, it does kind of stop there. I ain't got no tat. That much is sure. When I leave and come back from dinner, I can use... Sweet! Hear that, chat? I'm going to get to use it again. I'm excited. Yes. Yes, Samir. Welcome to Head Studio. Oh. Ugh, maybe not. Maybe let's, I'm keeping it. I'm keeping the thunder. Now, I don't know if you can see it on here, but this is a good way to show... I might have to... let me adjust my focus. I want to show you guys something. And that is print lines on a resin print. They exist. They can be hard to find sometimes. Targeted hot take. It's always sunny in the Lyran Commonwealth. Oh, that's... There is actually potentially some brilliant comedy to be had in a concept like that. I wish I were a better writer. I would start applying Sonny's writing to the Lyran Commonwealth. You're gonna have to give me some time to think about that one, Colonel Matthew Steiner, because that could actually work beautifully. Yeah, so anyways, I started Blast. That's where it begins, certainly. Shit, what was I about to say? Okay, let me zoom in here real quick before I forget what I'm doing. Good God, you people. Alright. I want to be all the way up in here. For just a moment. Now, I don't know if you're going to be able to see this, because it's real... I mean, maybe this will help to illustrate the point. There are... fucking riot juice. You got riot juice coming out of every dispenser. There are print lines right here where my brush is touching. You can just barely see them. Sonic Spork with the follow. Thank you so much. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. But there are print lines right here, and there are some on his chest here. They're like radial print lines because he printed mostly on his back. And I'm trying to get an angle. I don't think I can show them to you on this camera. I don't think it'll pick them up. They're very fine. They're very fine and very difficult to spot, but they do exist. The point I'm really trying to make here is that if you're worried about print lines on a resin model, don't be. Yeah, it's pretty... Like, I'm trying to even just get it into the focus. Okay, maybe you can see it. There are some print lines running laterally on the holster here. I can't really get it just so. Damn it. I'll take some pictures later. My point being, there are print lines on resin figures, but they tend to be so fine. So fine that if you're worried about them, you probably don't need to be. Alright, let me adjust my focus back to a reasonable point. What do you say? About right there. You can see them on the inside of the skirt, barely on a 55-inch. But yeah, that's what's taking to see it. They're real hard to pick out. But just so you're not surprised if you get some resin prints and they've got some print lines on them, it does happen. But honestly, they're so fine that just painting will often cover them right up. Just do some gentle strokes on his crotch piece here. I'm not even gonna look up. I'm just, you guys, you want to make the jokes, you make the jokes. What the hell is the point in not doing it at this point? By now, everyone knows that my sense of humor is that of like a 12-year-old, so we might as well just roll with that.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey,
Oh, Lord.
Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush.
Eyes alight with disappointment. Yeah. What was it? Made by bodyguards, for bodyguards. Made by Steiner Scouts, for Steiner Scouts. Fight milk. Get you supercharged, you can fight like a Merrick. I love It's Always Sunny. Like, I'm a little appalled that I have not yet actually gotten any clips of It's Always Sunny to use here on this stream, considering how much I love that fucking show. It's on my list of things. A list that never seems to shrink. There's some print lines here on the belt, too. They're maybe the most obvious on the figure. Where I'm painting right now has some print lines on it. And they're some of the worst I've seen, and the fact that they don't come up on camera should tell you something. Hell, the fact that I haven't noticed them until I get to this point, like... You know, it's something important to realize about miniature painting in general, not just print lines or anything like that, but as far as detailing goes, when you're painting a miniature, you're going to get to know every single detail on that miniature. You're going to have it right up in your face, and you're going to be staring at it, and you're going to see it, and you might think to yourself, well, I've got to paint that detail, I've got to fix that little bit, I keep noticing it. But it's important to take a step back, and in some cases, literally take a step back. Put your mini on a table, stand up next to the table, put some average lighting on it, and look at it from there. Apply what we call average viewing distance. Average viewing distance for a model of this size is 3 to 5 feet. It is not right up in your face. And ask yourself, what can I really see? It's why really highly contrasting paint jobs work well on this scale. They don't necessarily look the most realistic when they're up in your face, but the model doesn't live up in your face. The model lives on the table. So paint it to look best on the table, not up in your grill. Unless you're like, you know, competing for Golden Demon or Crystal Sword or something like that. But if you're competing for that, you're not fucking listening to me. At least you shouldn't be, because I've never won anything like that. I painted some minis that got given as gifts at the... No, not as gifts, but as tournament prizes at the Las Vegas Open. I did that once. One time. That's about as cool as I've ever gotten. Perfect is the enemy of done. I don't think that's actually the saying, but it's a good saying. But it's absolutely true. You don't need to worry about perfection. I think the time I realized that was when I was painting Space Marines for Warhammer 40k, when I had spent a lot of time sub-assembling and painting their chest pieces, their chest eagles, you know, the eagle that they have on their little chesty chests. And then I came in and I glued their bolters on, and the bolter covered the entirety of the chest eagle. Like, you could make out a little bit up here and a little bit over here on either side of the bolter, but you could not see any of it. And then I thought about how much time I just spent painting this eagle that I glued a piece of plastic over, and I never painted another one. Y'all ready for this? Oh shit, what are you doing, cat? I think it's just don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. Oh my god. Amax, I'm being raided by, after I talked all that shit about how Amax never actually streams, she fucking raids me? Shots? Fucking fired. You know what, I got something. I got something, Amax. You ready? I almost used this one on Cat, but it would have been inappropriate. Nope, that's the wrong one again. Here it is. Okay, you ready? You ready?
I never thought that I would say this. But I'm glad to see you. Very glad.
What's up, folks? How we all doing? Coming over from Amax's stream. What? She was playing Watch Dogs, right? Hey, Day Late Gamer. Amax. How are things? How are things? How's Watch Dogs?
If you
I never played that
respect
game.
the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
So, a little bit of background for those of you just joining us. We are an art stream. I paint and 3D print miniatures. Speaking of which, is my print still going? It is. You can't see the print head because it's moved up too high, but it is still going. I do 3D printing and miniature painting. I go through a number of different properties for my 3D printing and miniature painting. How many times can I say that sentence in a row? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. I specialize mostly in Battletech, for those of you who are familiar with, say, the MechWarrior game series. And right now we are working on some Star Wars miniatures for the game Star Wars Legion. This is a 3D printed clone captain that we are working on. And I really like, I like printing my own models. I like making my own stuff. That's kind of a big theme of what we do here. We try to be somewhat self-sufficient, which is tough in a world where models cost like $13 a pop. We don't have a command for DLG. I know. Alright, you know what? We'll fix that. We'll fix that. Cat, here's something else to remind me of. You very helpfully reminded me of some other things after the last stream. Put in there, we need a command for AMAX and a command for DLG. That's the least I can do. I mean, literally the least that I can do. But we'll do that. But thank you so much for the raid, AMAX. I appreciate it. I hope that I can entertain your audience as much as running around hacking people's ATMs is amusing. George, thank you so much for being here, particularly from across the pond. I know it's probably late where you are right now, man. You have a great night. It has been a pleasure. So yeah, we're painting this clone, and we're talking shit about people, which is always a good time. Now, something I would like to say to anybody who just joined the stream, I don't know how many of you guys are creatives, but we got a couple of creatives around here, and I like creativity. It's what I feed on. If you are a creative of any kind, if you have done art, painting, digital art, we've got people who do cross-stitch, we've got people who do photography, anything you've produced that you feel like sharing, because sharing your work can be one of the scariest things about being an artist. It really can.
There's
but I'd
something
love
about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
It's the allergies. That's definitely what it is. But if you feel like sharing with us, if you would do us the honor of sharing your creativity with us, there is a channel. Quantum, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. But if you care to share with us, we do a bit towards the... That absolutely counts, learning Photoshop. Hell yeah, that counts. She killed a stripper, she's a monster. Well, you know, sometimes these things just need to happen. I'm not condoning it, I'm just recognizing it. We have a little bit on the stream, though, called The Storm Report. Towards the end of the stream, we pop over into the Discord. The Discord, the Thunderhead Studio Discord, and into the Storm Report channel, where we take a look at your work that you have cared to share with us. And we'll talk about it some. I just really love seeing what you guys are working on, particularly if you're working on it while I'm working here. So if you would do me the favor of jumping into the Discord and posting a picture of whatever it is you want to share, in the Storm Report channel so that we could have a look at it later and boost the signal a bit. I would love that. That would be just fantastic for me. Plus, it's a really good way for me to steal your ideas. I mean,
welcome everyone.
Be inspired.
To Thunderhead Studios.
Yeah.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't. For the love of God. Don't show me your genitals. That is our one rule. For the Storm Report, it's important to mention we are on the internet. And if there's one thing the internet likes to do, it's show me its dick. So, here we are. Begging you not to do that. I'm very trusting, and I'd rather not get banned from Twitch. Thankfully, Kat will generally go in there and just do a quick scan and make sure I'm not about to show anything terrible. But, you know, save her the trouble of having to edit that out, please. Putting my junk in your Discord. Well, okay, I should clarify that. We should add to the rules, unless you're day-late gamer. Because really, that's just like looking at kind of a like a chia pet, and there's not really any NSFW content by the time he takes the picture. So, what's up, Chops? How you doing, man? Is this the first time that you've wound up in this stream from hanging out with DLG and Amax? That's kind of a momentous occasion, is it not? I know I'm excited. If anybody has any questions, and I really don't care how basic they are, like if you've never painted a miniature before and you've got questions about what I'm doing, feel free to ask. I can't guarantee that I will see every single question. Sometimes chat gets moving pretty quickly, but I don't mind answering even basic questions. I really don't. I like talking about what I do. And these days, this is a lot of what I do. Hey, Carla, good to see ya. Oh, you've been lurking. Well, now I feel special. I like a good lurk. But yeah, if you've got any questions, honestly, don't, you know, there are no stupid questions, only stupid answers. And really, that only applies here, because all my answers are going to be pretty stupid. But I mean, you know, you got rated here from Amax. What are you expecting? You expecting like some highbrow commentary, some super mature analysis? No, that's unrealistic. I think you knew that. I do need a command for DLG, though. That's something I gotta do. Day-Late Gamer and I are old friends. Like, we go way the fuck back into the deep childhood of the Colorado nerd. He and I hung out when Fable released. You remember that game, Fable? Like, we literally skipped school together and went to, I think, Hastings to buy our copy of it. And then, like, barricaded ourselves for a few days and did nothing but play Fable. If that helps you put a date to things. Too far, actually. I hate it. Oh, shit. I tried to do Eternal Sunshine his ass so many times. It's not gonna work, dude. I drilled myself into your memory way too hard for that. That's not the only thing we've been drilling, you know. Oh, no, that's... I shouldn't. No. Yes. Star fucker. What's up, man? Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, my God. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, man. I'm glad that you're enjoying what you're seeing. And honestly, if anybody's ever been curious about miniature painting and never gotten into it before, it's the right time to ask questions. A lot more people are doing tabletop gaming right now than have been before and picking up the painting hobby. I feel like there's never been a better time to get started on miniature painting and hobbying than now. There's so many systems available, and there are so many miniatures, there's so many help chats available, there's so many products. I mean, now's the time. Or you could just watch me do it. That's cool, too. I'll have a good time either way. What are you making funny sounds for, 3D printer? What are you doing? Oh, it's printing the top layers. Okay. We were hanging out before 04, but that was the highlight of our lives. Yeah, we'd been hanging out for a while before that happened. That was just, That was a good series of days. And you had a bunch of, like, spicy pickles that you had homemade. So your closet was just full of these home-jarred spicy pickles, and we ate so many of them. Like, we were existing on a diet of spicy pickles and, like, Wendy's. Sometimes Wendy's with spicy pickles. Those were good pickles, dude. Now you got me thinking about them. And they were delicious. I'm gonna need to clean that up a little bit later. Should have done his ARM computer separately, but I wasn't thinking about it at the time, so here we are. Of course, I'm going to be redoing all the colors on the elbows and parts of the forearms anyway, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. He is a clone captain, so he's going to wind up with red stripes on his armor. I just want to get the white done before I worry about any more colors. Yes, I ate jar upon jar of DLG's closet pickles. What was it that got you into Battletech in the first place? What was your introduction to the franchise? That would have been Supernaut right here. Actually, and I don't even think Supernaut got is into it, but he might remember a long time ago your buddy Wayne Fay. I think it was Wayne Fay had a passing interest in Battletech and had set up on the on the dining room table an old hex map, and you guys were playing. Slowly. And badly. But they were playing Battletech, and I was like, what the fuck is this? That was my introduction to it. Then, after that, I got into some other games. I got into Magic the Gathering and a couple other popular ones at the time. And it would have been a little bit after that MechWarrior 4 came out. MechWarrior 4 Mercenaries. And that game was really what cemented Battletech for me. Because I played that game a lot. I mean, a whole lot. I played Mech 4 Mercenaries, like, constantly. Around the same time, Terra Nova, Heavy Gear, and Heavy Gear 2 came out, and I got into those. And that really sort of pushed me into being into mecha in general. It wouldn't be until after that I discovered things like Gundam. So, what I'm into overall are mechs. That's the primary interest. But Battletech was the catalyst for that. Which is funny, because they're owned by Catalyst Game Labs now. But Battletech really pushed me into... It made me realize that I wasn't the only person who was into this shit, you know? And that's an important realization when you're young. It wouldn't be for a few years after that I got into wargaming, and that was through Warhammer 40k. Prior to just a few years ago, I had never actually painted a Battletech miniature. I had played with paper standees like so many people had. But I had never sat down with a mech and actually applied paint to it. So that was a bit of a new experience. Which is funny, because I played with standees for a while, but that was before I painted miniatures. I got into painting miniatures years later, and then it all kind of circled back on itself, and I started painting mechs. I'll take a look, WJ. Closet pickle. Yeah, where's Cat of Carmony when you need him? Christmas 1988. Grandmother gave me a box set for Christmas. That's a fucking cool grandma. Roland Mick B.T.V. Cat Eye. Could we get a shout out from Mick B?
When watching
Can we get one real quick?
Stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
That's fair. That's fair to say. High school friend of mine and a 90s 3rd edition box in a Hastings. Wasn't a Hastings... Is Hastings still a thing? We don't have Hastings here anymore. Did a lot of Funyuns, too. Hated the store brand Doritos, but the others loved them. You know, Funyuns... How good a Funyun is depends entirely on how stoned you are. Yeah, Mech 4 Mercenaries... Dude, Mech 4 Mercenaries is still a fucking great game. It really is. Wayne, Mike, and I played B-Tech back in... Yes, that's what I'm thinking of, Supernaut. You guys set up on the table. Like, I don't think you had any realization of what an impact that was going to have on me. But, yeah, man, those paper standees and those paper maps, they made an impact. Hey, White Wolf. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Can we fucking yell at McBTV, please? Can somebody... Guys, if you enjoy a good variety stream. We've got 2 amazing variety streamers in the chat this very moment. I know. But Thunderhead, we're here to watch people paint miniatures, but you can't watch miniatures being painted all the time, or it's going to take away the magic. So go check out McBTV. Give him a follow. Check him out. He's usually playing late at night, which is when I want to relax, and it works out nice for me. Also, I believe you've already got a plug for him, but I'm just going to say, the Day Late Gamer. I know a number of you who came over from the raid probably don't need to be told. But both Amax and Day Late Gamer are marginally entertaining and not entirely incompetent. Oh, God, they're amazing, you guys. They really are. Day Late's who got me started streaming. He keeps me streaming. By whipping me violently. But only when I ask him to. Lady B, how you doing? Good to see you. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat. I'm catching up here. Discovering the 2nd edition box set previously owned by my brothers the same day I discovered the Battletech cartoon. I missed the Battletech cartoon when it was on. I only caught it after the fact, which was difficult, by the way. Eating some chow mein. Nom 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 nom. Mech Warrior 2? Yeah, it's a good place to start, too. He's 8. He won't understand. How could you not understand? It's so simple. Big robot, shooting missile, blow up the other robot. It's real fucking straightforward. Admittedly, the math gets a little hairy, but, that's just practice. We telling intro stories? At my local model shop, picking out my birthday present, the guys behind the counter were opening a box called Battle Droids. Ooh. Okay, yeah, that's some old school business right there. Hung around like a pathetic little puppy, and they let me play around with the Shadowhawk model that came in. Oh, it was the best one, too. Waited all year to buy my own copy for my next birthday, only to find out Battle Droids was no more. Meet Battletech. That's pretty cool. I actually like that story a lot. Spent the next year sinking every bit of money, and yeah, I know how that goes. At the time, that would have been me in Magic the Gathering, something I've subsequently gotten very much out of. Hey guys, how you doing tonight? Oh, Coral, we've been missing you. We were just talking about you, man. How you doing? How are things? Going well for you? I should probably actually put some paint down and not just babble the entire time that I'm on screen. How about that? Oops. That was one of the biggest mix-ups I've made all day. Let me go ahead and pull that paint out of there because it doesn't belong. Griffin versus Shadowhawk. Shadowhawk.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
That was earned. And for those of you who don't know, our that voice that periodically pops up and berates me is our very own Chaotic Harmony, a very talented, mostly Battletech-centered streamer who is has abandoned us in our time of need and apparently refuses to be a part of my chat. So, I'll be removing all of his voice clips and boycotting his channel later. He probably has important things. I'm sure there's a good reason he's not here right now. Can't imagine what it would be. I cry. I cry when my favorite viewers aren't here, you guys.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
Thank you for that, Cat. I know he's not here right now, but it's nice to get a shout out in for him. He's right here. What's... I always like it when you stop in, DLG. It's exciting because DLG was the... Like, I didn't even watch Twitch until earlier this year, and I only started watching streams because Day Late Gamer streams. And then finally I'm like, alright, what the hell is all this nonsense?
If this conversation gets more about how you feel about something, I'm gonna have to start...
This isn't about how I feel.
PC bills per hour so I can listen to it.
Gah. So anyway, you got me interested in it. I had people before tell me crazy things like, you should do a live stream of your painting sometime, and they sounded just like that when they said it, which was strange in retrospect. And I did do it, like, once, briefly. I did a live stream of painting some minis when I was working at a game store for a little while, just to kind of pass the time. And it was fun, but I never really got into it. For whatever reason, this latest time, though, it's stuck. I don't know, I'm getting it, I'm feeling it, I'm enjoying it. So it's always good for me to know that you guys are having fun, too. I was about to start plugging the storm report again, but I think I can probably afford to wait a little bit on that. This is me covering up some mistakes I made earlier.
And so I painted on some metallics.
Ooh.
Bitches love metallics.
Bitches love metallics. What would it take to get a mini in my likeness? Well, so 3D sculpting is something that I've only recently taken up, and I'm not great at it, excuse me. Faces are hard. Faces are very hard, and they are a little bit out of my wheelhouse at the moment. Now, that's not to say that there aren't people who could do that for you, DLG. And I'll tell you, if we got a DLG mini put in my hands, I would paint that shit like you wouldn't even believe. Now you got me thinking about that. And how that would be possible. There are some, like, mini generators online where you can use pre-selected parts and faces to make a mini and print it out, but they would be kind of generic. I want to paint a DLG, man. I want to paint a mini for McBee, too. I want to paint minis for fucking I want to do everything in the world, you guys. It's just a question of will I. We'll get to it eventually. This stream goes on long enough, you know what? That's my promise to you. I'll do everything in the world. Of course, I started that with, if this stream goes on long enough, which would take approximately infinity time, and therefore I am pretty safe making that promise, I think, because that won't happen. But if you're trying to encourage me to do more 3D sculpting, DLG, you're right, I need to. Just slap a helmet on me. I mean, my friend. You know, if you find a mini that you like, I'd be fucking happy to paint it for you in any colors that you want. Where's my mini-me? Oh, wait, no, hang on. Hold on a second. Where is he? Oh, look, I already painted. I already painted a McBee. There you go. This is a perfectly accurate rendition of what McBee TV looks like. This is actually based off of a photograph taken during one of his streams. It was a weird stream. Your mini is in mostly stripped of paint right now, O'Coral. I'm sorry about that, man. We started to paint a mini for O'Coral, and I had this crazy idea of how I was going to do it, and I didn't test it before the stream, so the actual final product came out less than what I was hoping. And I owe O'Coral, I owe you another stream, and another chance, and we're going to get that mini done for you, buddy. I'm actually thinking about taking another swing at that this week. We need to work on Roland's mini, and I'd like to work on your Annihilator as well. Captured my bobs, but I didn't get the Vagine, unfortunately. That was something that I could not replicate. Okay, where was I? I need to do a bit here. My eyeball is twitching. Maybe I need to eat more potassium. Who the hell knows? I shouldn't put that much effort into the shoulder pad, because I'm going to put a big red stripe boop, right down his arm once I'm done highlighting this white. But the white's coming together nice. What do you think, guys? I haven't gotten up to the helmet yet. But I've gotten halfway decent at highlighting white armor, despite it being very tricky. And you can get a look at how it looked before the white started going down here on the jetpack. This hasn't been highlighted yet, and the helmet hasn't been highlighted yet, so he kind of looked all like that. In fact, a good comparison would be to one of these other ARC troopers. Thank you, Sumer. I appreciate that. I have Vergaderung. I haven't printed it out yet. I got the main arm built, and I've got the PPC built. I need to just build the shoulder. It shouldn't take long. I just gotta sit down and do it. I'll print that guy out for you, and he's gonna get the Thunderbolts. But here you can see, on the right would have been where he started. And then on the left is with the white highlights. You can see the difference that it makes. Actually, I'm kind of marveling at it, looking at it on the camera. Marveling at my own magnificence. Gee, Thunderhead, you sure are talented. I know, Thunderhead, thank you. Start with the base coat this time and not the highlight. Oh, Coral, you probably have a point. I went right to... I skipped some steps. Oh, Coral, I did a bad job on that stream. I'm just going to admit it. That is what I did. I did a very poor job. And frankly, I'm embarrassed by it. I really am. Which has contributed to my hiding it in shame. But, you're going to get your fucking mini, man. You've been here since the beginning. It's the least I can do for you. Talented and humble. Humble at being talented. Talented at being humble. I think I'm a lot more humble than anyone realizes. And there's no shoulder pad over here, so I don't need to worry about that. I need to do some work on Mr. Jetpack. Mr. Jetpack. So what's, is there anybody in chat who's working on anything creative who hasn't shared it in the Storm Report yet? Because if you're out there, I'd love it if you'd participate in that bit. It's about my favorite bit on this stream. I'm sure you're tired of hearing about it by now. I'm sure. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it 4 or 5 times in this stream alone. But we have a bit, and it's about my favorite bit, and I'm not... Well, I'm not talking about the usual bit, alright? I'm talking about a bit that we do on the stream called the Storm Report, where we take a look at your creative photos. Anything you've been working on that you care to share. It doesn't have to be
to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
Ooh.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
It never gets any better. It never gets any fucking better. Oh my god. Yeah, you've got some time for Vergaderung. Don't even worry about it, man. And then we have to actually go through it, which is going to take even longer. But yeah, if you're interested in sharing something with me, with the chat...
to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 2.
I can't get away from it.
As I lay on the cold, unforgiving table... my liquid spewing out from beneath me, across the polished surface. I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
Alight with disappointment. So, for those of you who might be wondering about those bits, that is our dear Chaotic Harmony, and what passes for humor on his stream. That strange, strange man that he is. There is a 50 Shades of Coal Black and, Coal Gray. You should know that he named it that because I constantly use a color here called Coal Black. This is one of the first minis where I haven't defaulted to it because I'm using a different palette of gray than I usually do. But there is a Part 3. A Part 3 was, in fact, made, and it is profane. Like, it was so bad. It's not actually, like, he doesn't say anything truly disgusting. Let's just say some of the adjectives that he chose were... well, they're particularly descriptive. And it was a bit much. It was a bit much for me. People wanted to know where I draw the line. I drew the line at 50 Shades Chapter 3. Holy shit. That one will never see the light of day. We might end up skipping to Chapter 4, and that will just live in legend. I like a good joke, but eventually Chaotic's gonna get me kicked off of Twitch. The 50 Shades have rapidly become some of my most popular voice clips, though. Even though all of them are chaotic, they seem to like listening to him read non-existent Battletech-themed erotica.
Here at
more than
Thunderhead
anything else.
Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
We're pretty good at that. It's really, it's not even a transformation, it's just multiplicative. Ooh, what is this tune? This is exactly my brand of ridiculous. It's like listening to an even funkier version of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game soundtrack.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. We had to establish this rule. Just so that I've said it, so that when it inevitably happens anyway, I can at least fall back on that and go, look, I told them not to. Because this is the internet, and this is 2020, and you know, these eventualities just occur at a certain point. He refuses to record a parody. Oh, he drew the line at Raid Shadow Legends, did he? It's good to know that there's a fucking floor on this thing. Need to go to the mall now and have a cool skate montage with my friends. Need to go glean the cube a little bit, huh? We've developed a bit of a brand, a bit of a theme here on the channel, and it's been good, but I'm thinking I'm gonna lean into some 80s and 90s film for more of my clips. I want to get some RoboCop in here. I want to get some Escape from New York in here. I want to get more of the very limited amounts of Big Trouble in Little China.
Like I told my last wife, I says, honey, I never drive faster than I can see. Besides that, it's all in the reflexes.
I wanna really lean into that a little bit. We've been a little stagnant lately as far as developing the production value, but I'm looking to change that. I am looking to bring you guys some fun new things to fool around with. I'm not gonna mess around with a lot of the stuff that they have available for free on Twitch, like they got little games and stuff where you can spend bits to battle imaginary monsters. I think we can do better than that. I think we can do better than that, guys. Alright, that jetpack's actually looking pretty good now, I think. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. Now I have to do the helmet. Oh, kill me. So, it is often easier for me to do the reflective lines on the visor before I paint the rest of the helmet. So I'm going to try that now. Which is going... The stagnation is his fault. Ooh. DLG, if the stagnation is your fault, this whole damn stream is your fault, so... You know, congratulations, world. You're welcome. I've got to try to do this first. Doing it on camera is going to be interesting. I usually bring it closer to my face. But I'm trying to really learn to get better at painting complex things on camera and not save all that for extracurricular time. There we go. I might just do the one line on him because his visor is very small. Yeah. That's probably good. To sell that it's supposed to just be reflecting a little bit of light. Their visors were really black in the movies. like really black. And you would get just the barest amount of reflection, usually in the form of a vertical bar of white. So I'm really just trying to lean into how they looked there. I'm all about the Star Wars movies, you guys. Even the bad ones. Well, nope, not all the bad ones. Not all the bad ones. I'll tell you, though, I've become more forgiving of the prequels in recent years than I was before. I just want to see the return of the Paint Puppet. So Paint Puppet is probably going to come back at a certain point. Paint Puppet's going to come back once I've made more of a dent in the log we've already got. Because, yeah. We don't, Samare. We never need to talk about that movie again, as a matter of fact. Because there are only 6 Star Wars movies. I don't know if you guys knew this. But yeah, it ended at 6. It's weird because they said they were going to make another 3, but they never did. I missed a dark spot I meant to add. Tasselhoff, how you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a while. Got some magnifying goggles. I would understand if you don't do the fine details on camera. You know, I can. And I figure I might as well give it a shot, because the worst that can happen is I fuck it up and I have to come back and fix it later, and that's really just not that bad. I'd rather give you guys the dubious pleasure of getting to watch me try and fail than not try it at all. Ooh, thank you. The helmets on these guys are always the trickiest. It has the most detail of any of the white on the whole miniature. And I always try not to get it into the deep spots, because that's where you need the shadows to be. I think this clone's actually coming together pretty well. I think the red stripes are really going to make the whole look pop pretty well. This print didn't come out perfectly. I left a couple of kind of crappy connection points, but I'm using the paint job to kind of hide a few of them. You can do a lot with paint to conceal physical imperfections. Just ask Instagram models, because the makeup with the faces and the... you get it. This is as good a time as any for me to push my OnlyFans. I'm kidding, I don't have an OnlyFans account. Fuck the Ewoks. Man, I've become more forgiving of the Ewoks, too. At a certain point, you have to ask yourself, is it really worth the trouble? You have to ask yourself, was this worse than Jar Jar Binks? And the answer is almost universally no. Actually, these days, yeah, there are things that are worse than Jar Jar Binks. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it again, you guys. I've done it too many times on this stream. I'm not gonna sit here, bash fucking Rose Tico and Admiral Purple Hair. I'm not gonna do it, because you already know that I find those things irritating. He's trying to make jokes again. Oh, no. Oh, it's sad when he does that. Good old Kathleen Kennedy. So talented. That Kathleen Kennedy's so hot right now. It would hurt more, DLG, if you were better at trolling, but it's just like I like to toss DLG a little groan every now and then, so he doesn't feel like he's entirely wasting his time, but... what can I say? I've been trolled by far better, that's all. I hate taking pics of models. You see all the mistakes you've done that you don't even unless you zoom in a bit. Dude, Cacafisk, I absolutely 100% believe that taking pictures of miniatures is as difficult, if not more difficult, than painting them in the first place. There are a lot of things that you don't consider unless you are a professional photographer, and most people are not that. It takes practice. It takes specialized pieces of equipment a lot of the time. Now, you can take really good pictures with just a camera phone. These days, we've all got pretty nice cameras, but you have to learn some things about lighting, and you have to get a good backdrop, usually. Is that... There should be, in Showcase, a stickied or pinned on the Discord post on how to take good miniature photography pictures. On how to set your scene up the best to really show your details. That should be there. If you haven't checked it out yet, I highly advise that you do. Didn't come out quite the way I was hoping it would, but that's okay. We'll move over to here and try it again. Yeah, that's more like what I was thinking. Are you fucking... You are actually doing that, DLG? You took that idea and you're working on it? Because that's so fucking exciting to me. I just fed that to DLG the other day as like a... This is kind of what I'd like to do for my intro. And I sort of laid out like a quick storyboard for him. And, like, you don't have to do that, DLG. Honestly, you don't have to. And if you end up not doing it, like, fucking... Like, honestly, even the idea that you would even want to try is just... flattering as all hell. But if he does it, you guys are gonna like it. Because I think you'll like it. I think it sounded pretty fucking cool. And it would incorporate one of my favorite scenes from RoboCop 87 in it, which, let's face it, that movie's fucking amazing. I'm not doing the back of the helmet that much justice right now, but you know what? It's the back of the helmet. Not as many people are going to look at it, so I think we'll all live, you know? Plus, it has a bunch of funny curves on it. Nobody likes that. So, Amax, I don't know what your streaming schedule is going to look like, but I'm going to keep an eye out. I didn't catch you today. I didn't know you were going on, but then I haven't been hanging out at DLG, so I probably missed the announce. But, I'll try to be there anytime I'm not on. I would have hung out more today, but I was literally getting ready to go on when I noticed you were. Well, that's good to know, DLG. Hide some trolling in there. Done painting for the night. Post that shit up on the Storm Report, Roland. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm looking forward to finding out what flavor of Mountain Dew you're drinking tonight. Potentially what flavors of Mountain Dew you're drinking tonight. We've had the double whammy. It's happened. As long as you're not slurping it down through fucking red vines. Heard they started orders for Lance packs on Amazon. I have not heard that at all, WJ. I have not heard that. I have no information on it. I wish I had some information on it. It sounds interesting. I haven't been following their production announcements either. You know, a lot of the time when I'm waiting for something like that to come out, I'll just intentionally stop paying attention to it. Because I'm one of those guys who I will check and then recheck and then I'll refresh my page to check again. Like, it's pointless. So I do better focusing on something else and forgetting.
You could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Oh, Coral, you're bad at telling when I'm glorbing. I'm just saying that. Don't get me wrong, I've glorbed. I have glorbed on Captain Ron, but that was not one of them. I think you're maybe just a little hot on the trigger. You're so excited to catch me fucking up. It's not to say I don't. Clearly I do. But yeah, when something like that's coming out, I'll usually just put it out of my head and wait for everybody else to tell me. Because eventually somebody will let me know that it's out, and then I just get to be excited because I wasn't expecting it. Of course, I did that for Phoenix Point, and that game was a disappointment, so I guess it doesn't always work in my favor. Cacifist, that happens all the time. What you're talking about is the golden angle. Sure to let everybody know when I figure out a schedule. I got you, Amax. Yeah, I'll be looking out for that. I need to get another beer here in just a minute. I know how that goes, Tasselhoff. And they added so much shit, it can be hard to tell exactly what you actually want. Oh yeah, I love XCOM, and I've been enjoying. I have really been enjoying XCOM Chimera Squad. I don't think that... I mean, obviously, it's not XCOM 3. It's like a low-budge offshoot. But, you know what it reminds me of is XCOM Apocalypse. Did you guys ever play XCOM Apocalypse when it was out? Or any time after it was out? Because it came out and then it's been out since then, and it's not like it stopped being out. But the approach to XCOM Chimera Squad reminds me a lot of XCOM Apocalypse. And let me tell you, if XCOM 3 is a new take on XCOM Apocalypse, color me excited. Because that sounds fucking awesome. McB taken off. McB, thank you so much for hanging out, man. I hang out in your chat all the time, and we never get to hang out with you here in the stream because you're always busy doing stuff, man. You got a busy life. You got stuff to do. You got like family members and cool girlfriends, and I'm not as cool as you are a lot of the time. But thanks for hanging out, McB. It's always a good time, man. I'll try to make the next movie night. I'm sorry that I missed A Knight's Tale. I really do like that movie. I know some people might chuckle at that and be like, Thunderhead's being ironic, but I fucking love A Knight's... I like bad movies. Where do you think you are? Fucking love them. No, you're right. I shouldn't be so quick to say that, Roland, because you're right. It's not a bad movie. It's actually quite an excellent movie. It's a cheesy movie. I think we can agree on that. It's cheesy on purpose. But it's also a movie that knows what it is and what it's trying to be, and that alone puts it above a lot of others. I love A Knight's Tale. I took my... This may shock you guys to know that someone who's as big of a Chad as I obviously am, that I got into the SCA, or Society for Creative Anachronisms, a number of years back. I haven't participated in some time, but I did for a while. And, I didn't choose it from A Knight's Tale, but I chose my heraldry based on some old Germanic wood cuttings from an old, well, Germanic noble house, and the heraldry that they chose for themselves, and it was an elephant, and it's the coolest looking elephant ever, because it's an elephant drawn by people who've never seen an elephant, whose only knowledge of an elephant came from wood cuttings from it. This is where we get back to the wood cuttings I was talking about, from a Roman auxiliary unit, I guess. That wouldn't be a legion. It was an auxiliary unit that was stationed in a particular river valley in Germany. And their unit had been a part of, or at least part of their unit had been involved in the invasion of Hannibal. And they had seen elephants. And so they carved a bunch of them into their stuff. And then later, hundreds of years later, when a noble family took up the castle that was in that area and they inherited all these wood cuttings, they chose the elephant as their sigil. And they based it on these wood carvings. And needless to say, they were not accurate. They had some crazy ideas about what an elephant looked like. Like, it looks like a dog crossed with a camel, and the trunk isn't even connected in the right place. Like, it's bonkers. Here's a good example of a printing flaw. There's a teeny little pinhole in his head right there. You can see it. I'm going to have to fix that. I'll probably just put a little bit of battle damage over top of it and call it good. But the point that I'm getting at here is that you can find that elephant in A Knight's Tale, in the scene when all the nobles are marching into town for the big joust and they've all got their heraldry. I can point it out in the crowd, be like, boom, there it is. That would be House Helfenstein. It's the exact elephant that I used. I thought it was pretty cool. How am I not surprised to hear that, crossbow roof. I enjoyed the SCA when I was in it. Make that a hole for an antenna. That's good thinking. I remember XCOM Interceptor. It was never... I don't know. I didn't get as into Interceptor. I loved Apocalypse, though. Even with those goddamn brain bugs. And there's a little piece of something that got stuck here. I'm just taking it off. There we go. Because I'm an incredible geek? Yeah, it's possible. I don't know, I think you're fairly credible for a geek. I should post up some of my pictures from my time in the SCA. I did heavy fighting quite a lot. Quite a lot. I attended a couple of the bigger war events. And I was a big-time, like, historically accurate 14th century style nerd. Which, for those of you who've been in the SCA, you know that we are an insufferable bunch of pedants. Just the worst. We wear our underwear on the outside, and we're proud of it. '14th century mafia, baby. Now, let me do this antenna top. Actually making pretty decent progress on this guy today. I didn't really plan to finish the entire mini, and I'll probably have a few steps to do after this, but I'm actually getting pretty far.
$99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint.
Haven't had that for a while.
Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
That is how it seems to go pretty much every time. You just can't get rid of this stuff, no matter how much you paint with it. Because there are sales! And our retail therapy involves acrylic paint for some reason. How about XCOM Interceptor? Yeah, they released the game, and then they just kind of were like, well, never mind. I didn't even hate the idea. Obviously, I wish they'd expand on everything XCOM, which is why I'm so glad for its resurgence in recent years. I say recent years, XCOM and XCOM 2 have actually been out for quite some time now. But, like I said, if they're doing XCOM 3, and they're doing it sort of in the style that they did Chimera Squad, using the breaching mechanics and the city environment, like, I am so into that. I lack the words to describe how into that I truly am. So, I feel like the next thing I want to do on this guy is start picking out some spots for the red stripes. I think I might as well just roll right into that, you know? Did Penzik for years. I never made Penzik. I did, Gulf Wars? Yeah. I did Gulf Wars. Hey, well that's because it's educational, Crossbow. XCOM got a board game with some kind of cool minis, but it does need a minis game. So, here's a question. For my baseline red, do I go with Heraldic Red or Gory Red? It's a tricky question. You know what? I think I might go deeper than that for the base. Well, I don't want to highlight it up that much. So I think I'll go with Heraldic Red, and you know what? If I want to darken it, I'll do that. Heraldic Red just has a little bit of a deeper red to it than Gory Red does, and it has a better flow. Flesh Terror's Red. Oh, well, that would be the same color as the bark. Would be Heraldic Red. Now, he doesn't strictly need to be the same color as the bark, but that is a good point, Playing Win. So I guess that makes the decision a little bit easier. What are you playing at me? Pretzel. Stop that. I told you no to this song before. God, he never listens. How you doing, Playing Win? How are things? You doing some painting today? How did Marvel Champions go? Did heavy list combat for a few years after college. Yeah, and I find that heavy list combat is good for a few years, because once you've done it for 2 or 3 years, it gets a little old. At least it did for me. I was, What's the Texas kingdom called now? Ansteora. I was barony of Bjornsborg in the kingdom of Ansteora. Shit is so... Woo! Like you guys didn't know I was a huge fucking dork, come on. Yeah, this is a good color. Oops. So the trick to doing armor stripes I've found is not to worry too much about your tight edges and just come back in with white later and clean them up. It's easier than trying to paint perfectly straight lines the first time, which I'm just not talented enough for. Oh god, currently assembling B1 battle droids. Ugh. Where's the huge dork? Oh, I got that for you right here. Those B1 battle droids are fucking tricky, man. Blood for the Blood God. Republic for the Republic God. That would be Sheev, I think. Good old creamy Sheev Palpatine. It did. I remember that WJ. They hinted at Terror from the Deep. They talked specifically about the underwater bases. That's true, but then the game mechanics in Chimera Squad make me think of Apocalypse. And let's face it, Terror from... Okay, I feel like Terror from the Deep gets a major nostalgia bump because that game was fucking hard, man. It really was not as fun as Apocalypse, in my opinion. It was a lot of the same from XCOM, and then just some obscenely difficult enemies on top of it, whereas Apocalypse was, like, genuinely a new approach to the gameplay loop. But, I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just saying that if they do it, I'm into it. Hell, if they release a Terror from the Deep, I'm also going to play that. It's like I'm not going to play XCOM. XCOM could release a fucking pay-to-win mobile-based card game, and I would play it. Yeah, I know what I said. I'm a little ashamed of it, but it's also true. Huge Dork is doing the painting. Hee-ha-hoo-ha-hee. Palpy's an alright guy once you get to know him. Well, yeah, you know, he seems okay as long as you don't have anything he wants and aren't an alien of any kind. So chat, tell me, what did we think of Rebels? For those of you who've watched Star Wars Rebels, what do you think of it overall as a series? I think this red is going to look better than the blue did on my lieutenants. It just pops more against the cold white than blue does. XCOM UFO Defense was fucking classic. Haven't seen Rebels, spoiler free. Okay, no Rebel spoilers, for cat's sake. Tasselhoff, watching it and enjoying it. First season is utter garbage. Hathrir, you are right on the money. The first season of Rebels is a disappointing mess. But it gets so good after that. By the end, it was one of my favorite Star Wars experiences overall. I'm hoping for some Legion Rebels content. I might not get it. I know that they did Rebels content for Imperial Assault, so it's possible that they just got it out of their system there. And the closest thing we'll see to Rebels content might be like Thrawn or something, I don't know. But I maintain hope that we will see some characters from Rebels and Star Wars Legion, because there are a few that I'd love to play as, including Kanan Jarrus and Hera Syndulla. Play and win, I'm glad I listened to you, because this is exactly the red that I wanted to go with, even though I didn't realize it at the time. Look at him, he's looking more like a captain already. Yeah, that'll happen, Kakafisk. I would say that if you watched the first season and weren't super interested, do yourself a favor and force yourself through Season 2. Because it improves a lot. We move away from fucking laser slingshots real quick. Oh shit, I guess, yeah, okay. Sabine Wren is in Legion. I forgot about that. The process of rewatching again right now. Yeah, I'm so once I get through the current round of Clone Wars that I'm in and the new season, I'm going to go right back into Rebels, I think. I haven't watched Resistance at all. I haven't checked out Star Wars Resistance, not even one time. Have you seen a series called IGPX? I am not familiar with that, Samara. Sorry if I missed your question before. Yeah, see? And yeah, I totally understand quitting Rebels in Season 1, because it's like, it's like a blatantly children's show. But it's important to remember that Clone Wars was kind of the same way. The first few seasons of it, really the first season and a half or so of it, I feel like right until we got to landing at Point Rain, it was a little childish. I wasn't really sure what it wanted to be. And then they found their audience and they found their tone. And from that point on, the show was incredible. Minus a couple of offshoot episodes that weren't the best. But Rebels is similar in that it seems like they were saying, well, we're going to release a children's show. And then they realized that most of their audience were not actually children. And we wanted something a bit chewier. And man, did they give it to us. I maintain that some of the best... And this, I don't really believe this is a spoiler. Everybody should know that this happens. I think some of the best Darth Vader we ever get is in Rebels. Also, some of the best Darth Maul. Just throwing that out there. Though I haven't seen the new season of Clone Wars, and I hear that Maul is in it, so I'm excited about that. Because, what's his name? Sam Witwer is the Darth Maul that I am interested in. That man is a dynamo. I also saw a little bit the other day about how they brought Ray Park in to do motion capture for the fight scenes that he shot for the new Rebel season, and that is just so fucking cool. I mean, I'd like to see more Star Wars content that doesn't involve Jedi overall. Some of the only Star Wars content we got that didn't involve much Jedi was like Republic Commando, and that game's mostly been forgotten. Look at me, I'm a Karita man. Oh, I see what you did there, WJ. Hey, Papa Bear, good to see you. Didn't see you hiding in chat there. Chat's moving pretty quick today. Pardon me if I missed some things. Nothing to apologize for. It's a series I strongly recommend. It's a bizarre-sounding series that genuinely is a positive delight to watch because of how well executed and voice cast it was. Mech racing. Some mech racing. You know what? I'll check it out, Samir. Do me a favor and post the name of that somewhere in the Discord so that I see it after this, because I'll forget it in the next little bit if you don't. Guy Varese, good to see you. Welcome to chat. How you doing, man? Do I? Oh shit, okay, yeah. How about that? Well, you know, keep chatting. Don't let me stop you. I've got captain stripes to paint. I think this, okay, you know, you hit a point on any miniature where you're like, oh yeah, this is actually going to work. I like how it looks. I think I just hit that when I started to put the red down. I think this guy's going to look pretty damn good. I think I picked the right red, too. Play and win, thank you for mentioning that. Yes, I had used this red previously for my clone bark speeders. So it's a good red to repeat. You know, for a unified force. I want to put some red on his backpack, but I haven't decided where yet. Maybe a central stripe and then the nose cones? Yeah, I like that look. With the red on the nose cones, and then maybe just right down the middle. How's that look? That's obviously a real rough stripe and it needs cleaning up. I'm just kind of throwing that down there to get a feel for how it looks. One stripe or three stripes is the question. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that yet.
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
That's definitely his allergies. Well, I hope everybody's having fun. I hadn't actually looked at how many viewers I had for a little while, but it seems like we got some people in here. Enough that I'd like to mention, anybody who's a new viewer to the stream, if you're liking what you're seeing, if you enjoy painting, if you enjoy photography, if you have any creative endeavors that you partake in whatsoever, I would love to know more about them. This stream is all about creativity and sharing. And that just sounds so fucking Sesame Street, doesn't it? Guys, this stream is about hugging, okay? If it's not about hugs, we basically don't talk about it. No, but really, I love it. I love it when the audience shares with me. And if you've got something you'd like to share...
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
I mean, that's accurate. I can't really argue with that. All the hugs. Quantum knows what it's about. I gave Quantum a hug the moment he showed up here. Did I? I can't remember anymore. It was only
Welcome
like a couple
everyone
hours ago.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't. For the love of God. Just don't do it. But we have a little bit here on the stream called the Storm Report, which I've plugged a few times tonight, but I'm going to go ahead and plug it one more time, because you know what? It's important to me. Towards the end of the stream, I will pop over into the Discord to the channel called The Storm Report, shockingly enough. And we'll take a look at audience submissions. Viewer submissions. Art that you've done, miniatures. I mean, miniatures are obviously welcome. That's kind of our focus here. But we do a lot more than that. We've got people who do cross-stitch. We've got people who do photography. We've got some sculptors. We've got digital work that people have done. No, you have to make the next one purple. You know, I've actually been searching for a color for my ARC Troopers that isn't in the rank structure, and purple may be what we go with. I'm not even kidding about that. But if you are a creative, or even you've just done something creative, you don't have to consider yourself a creative to have been creative, and you'd like to share, please pop over... Captain! Why did I just say the word captain? Like, the word captain was on my mind, and I looked up, and I just said it. Papa Bear, thank you so much for that. With the gift sub, unexpected. Dust above average. What's up, Dust? I lurk in your chat a lot, dude. I don't say much. But I mostly pop over because DLG keeps telling me to. And I tend to enjoy myself. It's good to have on when I'm getting my own shit ready or even when I'm painting. How you doing, Dust above average? I hope you're having fun. Cat, can we get a shout out for Dust above average? Printer's done. Oh shit, it is, huh? Give me 1 second. I need to change the print that's on my plate. Okay, I lied. I need to let it sit for a minute and cool so that it'll separate from the plate, and then I'll remove it. How about that? But what I was saying, if you care to share with us for the Storm Report, which we're going to be going into in not that long, maybe a half hour, please jump onto the Discord, jump into the Storm Report channel, and post some pictures. And we'll take a look at them right here on stream. It's a good time. Everybody usually has fun doing it. And, you know, you don't have to... I'm not saying get into my Discord and boost my numbers and blah, blah, blah. You don't even have to stick around on the Discord if you don't want to after that. Post a picture and leave like some kind of artistic terrorist. Go. A little red elbow work for you there, Captain Ron. Artistic ninjas. You know, I like that better. That is better. You know, that's what we're gonna go with. The Storm Chasers are like a bunch of artistic ninjas. That's much better than what I was saying. But you know, we've got a number of new people tonight. Not everybody is necessarily aware of the Storm Report. It's a very popular bit, and even if it's your first time here, if you have something that you might like to share, it's a great space for it. Everybody is very encouraging and very welcoming. You do not have to be an expert artist. I mean, look at me. I run the Discord and I paint shit like this. Good God. But, I love it. I love it when people share, because, you know, that's one of the hardest things to do as an artist, is to share your work with other people. It's scary. Like, it sounds silly to say, but it is. It's scary. Like, the worst thing that can happen to you is someone can go, your work looks like poop, and inevitably someone is going to do that, but, you know, you want to avoid it, and I get that. But honestly, this audience here, the Storm Chasers, these boyos, these are the people you want to share it with, if that's your concern. They're some of the most supportive people out there. And we got some very talented artists, so if you're looking for feedback, if you're looking for tips or tricks, it's also a good place to look for that. And it seems to get longer every week. I'm going to have to start devoting more time to going through it. Which I guess is the kind of problem you want to have. Show us your bits! You know what they say. Titties for biddies. I think that's actually the official Twitch tagline, like when the commercials come up. They're like, Twitch, titties for biddies. I don't think they say that. I hope they don't. It would be a violation of their own end-user license agreement. At least they made me swear not to show my tits when I became an affiliate. I don't know about everybody. Maybe we get different ones. Maybe DLG's was like, if you don't put a camera on your breasticles specifically, we're not gonna let you stream. Carla with 100 bits. Oh, that's the titties for... I see what's happening here. I am more than a pretty pair of boobies, okay? I will be respected. Thank you so much, Carla. I appreciate that. How you been, Carla? Carla's been doing some streaming lately. Yeah. You're probably right, Downslide. That's probably not it. I respect a pair of good-looking boobies. I respect them. It's good. It's good, Quantum. Everybody should, you know? They're one of the best things in the world. There are many things in this world that are terrible. And just titties aren't one of them, that's all I'm saying. Not trying to make a big philosophical point or anything like that, mostly because I can't. I'm not smart enough.
Do
for
you
that
like
kind of thing.
sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders?
I need to thin this down.
Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
Some of those things, and more. That's one of the first things he recorded for us, and it remains one of the sillier things. And yet it keeps popping up. I mean, two of the best things in the world. Dark Fox, you got something for us today in the Storm Report? Huh? I'm always excited when Dark Fox has something for us. It's only furry content like 30% of the time. Actually, it's not even 30% of the time. Dark Fox does a lot of really cool Battletech content, gets hired to do a lot of sketches, and I always enjoy them because Dark Fox tends to share with us the rough drafts and then the further drafts as they get done with them. And I really like watching that process because I'm bad at sketching. Like, I've tried to do 2D sketching a bunch of times in my life, and I know. The secret is to keep doing it. It's the same thing with any artistic endeavor, but that's one that I've never been able to keep up with, you know? So I don't get any better at it. But it's exciting for me to watch people who've done it, who have some skill, some talent. I guess mostly skill. It's something that you practiced for. It's not just... I mean, unless you're a virtuoso, Dark Fox, but it's possible. I don't know. You tell me. Virtuoso is not the right phrase in this context, I don't think. Like, I said it and I'm like, isn't virtuoso just like a musical thing? I don't know. You tell me. Am I using the right phrases? Am I even speaking English? Give me your feedback. Wow, that actually came out pretty nice. That hand? I wasn't expecting the shading to make that dramatic a difference on the red, but look at that. That is one coat of red that's given me that gradient. And that's just because I did pre-shading with the white. If I can take a moment to be impressed with something that I did, just one thing tonight, I think that's it. That actually, wow. Okay. That's okay, Dark Fox. You provided so much content to the stream. It's not like I can possibly fault you. I spend weeks doing nothing too. It's just part of arting. Though I wouldn't hate to see those mechs, I gotta say. I always like seeing some battle mechs, you guys. I don't care what state they're in. If it's big and stompy and ideally has a piston fist, I'm into it. Or, even better than a piston fist, you know what?
Elbow rocket! Now!
That's where it's at. That's the business. Alright, what am I missing? I need to do a stripe on his arm. I need to consult one of my other miniatures to make sure that I do the striping in the right spot. That miniature will be one of these lieutenants that I have on this bark speeder. And let's see. Okay. So it's fairly high up on the arm that the stripe goes. That is to say, it doesn't cross any of the angular plates, so I want to start it here. And I'm going to intentionally go just above where I highlighted white, so that it stays nicely delineated and doesn't go into the gray. Yeah? Okay. This is mostly because his arm is rotating over to fire. And then I want to make it how thick? A little thicker. That's pretty good. Now, I have thinned this red quite a bit, which is why you might notice it flowing around a lot as I move it. When people say thin your paints, this is largely what they're talking about. It gives you more freedom than you might think to kind of shift your colors around before they set and dry. And I went a bit out of my own bounds here. I'm going to have to fix that up, but that's perfectly fine. So much of doing striping well is being willing to come back and correct it later.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
Actually, is that right?
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Can't believe I let... I just let that get played on the channel. There's something wrong with me.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me
That's
across
easily the worst
polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment.
I still don't know
his brush.
what it looks like to have my eyes be alight with disappointment. I don't know what that would look like. I can imagine my eyes alight with a number of things, but disappointment? Not to say that I wouldn't be disappointed in Chaotic Harmony, spewing his fluids across the polished surface. I mean, I'm disappointed with him now. There we go. That's about right, I think. Because he's kind of... It would be lined up with the inside of the elbow, and he's sort of rotating his hand inward because his weapon is tilted in towards his body. So I feel like the outside stripe would have rotated up to the top of his arm. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure, let's go with that. Behave and watch those strokes. Alright, alright. Just like the simulations. This red is going on beautifully, by the way. I have problems sometimes on stream, and I'm like, I can't seem to get this paint to be thin. I can't get it to the right viscosity. And for once, it's right where it needs to be. Just beautifully so. I'm gonna have to lighten it up for some cloth highlights. But that's okay. That can be done. Probably not so much for the armor highlights, but on the fabric, yeah. See, now what I need to do is put 4 dots on his chest, and I hate this part. I really do. It's just going to take a lot of cleanup later on. But in the meantime, I've just got to pick 4 spots and try to make circles. And again, this is a spot that I will probably come back in and clean up with white later on. I don't even know what these dots are supposed to indicate, because every single rank has exactly 4 of them, just in different colors. And I guess it's just to indicate that they hold rank, and the color is what rank. But still, you would think that they'd have a different number of them or something, maybe? That didn't come out terrible. They're a little uneven, but nothing I can't clean up. That'll work. They're not spaced perfectly. There's a little bit of a curvature to them, which I think what I'm going to do to fix that is bring these ones on the left up a little bit and then cut off their bottoms. Because it should angle down his chest. Ooh, that might have been too much. Well, we're going to do some cleanup, so it's okay. Rank is based on color. It sucks for the colorblind. Well, there are no colorblind clones. Even though for some reason they do come out with things like different eye colors and different hair colors and different personalities. And according to Yoda, they're all unique in the Force.
That paint on anywhere. It's not like you're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
It's not a glorb if I do it on purpose. We need a new word for that. Alright, the red is all looking pretty good everywhere, except maybe here. I'm going to straighten it with white on either side. So, let me ask you, chat, what do you think? If I've got his captain's red on the tips of the... They're not missiles. On the JT-12 jetpack, it looks like Boba Fett's jetpack, but he doesn't... They're not like rockets that fire like Boba Fett has on his main jetpack. They're just part of the design. But I've got the red on the tips, and then I've got the red central stripe. What do you think? Anything more than that? What if I did like a little chevron shape on the sides, like a slash going this direction? Would that look cool, or is that too much? Too much red? I don't know. Just leave it as it is? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I feel like this is enough. Because there's a sort of an even distribution of red markings across the armor, and if I do too much on the back, then it'll be more concentrated than the front. No, I don't want that. Everybody seems to agree, including Tremere34. What's up, Tremere? Haven't seen you for a while. How are things? No, I guess that's not true. I guess I see you last time or the time before. I can't remember. These streams all blend together into one long, shameful fucking paint fest. Alright, I need to clean that up. What am I doing? I don't need red, I need white.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
It's a very efficient conversion. I agree with the bot. And we're all about efficiency here. Hold on. That is not white. That is white tinted with red, and that's going to give me pink, and I don't want that. So one thing I definitely don't want to do here is paint this clone pink. It's a ridiculous bit. Chaotic has been getting better at adding in the production value bits, like the drum rolls and the background music lately. Chaotic is growing as a professional troll, which is, you know, I guess that's good. Ooh, it's going to be time for the storm report here in no time flat. I want to try to get a few more things done on him before we go to that. But so far, I think we've made really good progress for today, considering this guy started off unhighlighted entirely. Look at him now! I really like the red that we went with. This heraldic red is fantastic. It's going to need some highlights here, on the comma, and here on the shoulder, and probably not on the armor, itself. What I'm going to end up doing are some little white slash marks and chips, as if the paint has been getting chipped off. You know? Like here, I'll do a quick example. So like that. It ends up looking like the paint is kind of getting worn off as he fights, and then there will be some more black smudge marks on the white armor. And I find that once I've done that, it doesn't really pay to highlight the base color all that much. You just kind of want the one flat color. A little bit of gradient, a little bit of highlight is welcome, like what I achieved here on the gauntlet, but you don't want to go too far in on it. Trying to get the hobby room together. How's that going, Tremere? It's important to have a space where you feel comfortable working for this sort of thing, you know? Well, that sure is interesting. Cat, is that a person who's doing that, I wonder? What's up, Nanotanks? Oh, she's not. Well, that's perfect. What timing? Well, we're coming to the close anyway, so it probably shouldn't matter. Cat leaves me on my own. What am I supposed to do without my mod? I'm powerless. I have to actually pay attention to my own chat is what I have to do. Alright, any more red? I want to do a little bit more up here before I call it. Just to make it nice and smooth. Nothing to see here. Move along. Okay, okay. These are not the droids you're looking for. I gotcha. I guess I'm just going to leave the antenna white. When I'm looking at the pictures of the ARC clone officer from the original Clone Wars run, he just had a white tip on his antenna, so I think that I'm just going to leave that. Seahorse with the follow. What kind of a horse is better than a seahorse? I propose none. Thank you so much for the follow, man. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. We are about to get to a bit called the Storm Report, which for anybody who has not heard me plug it about 8 times on this stream, we like to share our creativity a bit on this stream, and I love it when the audience feels like sharing with me. There is still time if you feel like sharing. A miniature you've painted, a photo you've taken, some cross-stitch you're doing, whatever it is, if it's creative, I'm into it. Pop over into the Discord, jump into the Storm Report channel, and post a picture, and we will take a look at it. And probably discuss it a little bit. Coral is not a mod, believe it or not. It's just here. All the time. You like that, WJ? I think it came out pretty nice. That's it's actually a building for Coral, believe it or not. I'm going to finish cleaning up these red markings on his face, and then we're going to go right to the Storm Report. But feel free to post things, even as we come down to the wire. We'll take a look at it. The stream doesn't end until I get to the end of the Storm Report, and that's not going to change until the Storm Report gets well and truly out of hand. Which, at this rate, it may. This red came out. Fucking lovely. Play and win. I owe you for making me remember that I had used this red on my bark speeders. I really do. I probably also owe you, like, actual money, but, you know, for now, we're just gonna talk about favors. That's not, no, Carla, that's not what I said. Don't listen to Carla. For the love of God. Don't listen to Flavolicious either. In fact, if there's anybody that I plug on this channel, if there's anybody I give a shout out to, don't listen to them. They're probably reprobates. I haven't seen Steiner Miniatures. He's usually hanging around. What's he up to tonight? Is he going to be doing a stream? He's usually going when I'm done. And I'd love to keep you fantastic people going with some more miniature painting. But we'll see who's doing what here in a few. Alright, I feel pretty good about where we landed with this guy tonight, so I'm going to give him a little bit of a review on the camera, and then we're going to go over to the storm report. Oh shit! What's up, man? How you doing? It's been a while. I'm fucking happy to have you here, dude. We haven't gotten to play a game in fucking forever. Zambies is on. Well, that's good news. I always like Zambies. I hope you come around some more, Seahorse. Shit. The game scene down in San Antonio, Texas, by the way, you guys, is absolutely fantastic. One of the best cities I've ever lived in to play tabletop games. I made so many friends down there, but that's part of the reason that I do this stream, is because I got so used to having such an active and involved gaming community that when I moved, and I moved kind of rurally, where it's hard for me to get to a gaming store, like, I was suddenly bereft of that community experience. And you guys have done so much to make this that community experience for me. Like, it's amazing how much this stream fills that sort of gap in my social life. Which sounds kind of pathetic when I say it out loud. Maybe I'll just keep that to myself in the future. Ugh. Oh, she's doing animation. Alright. Painting some Lord of the Rings minis recently. You know, Seahorse, I'm probably going to be doing some of that here pretty soon on the stream. People who've been with me since I started in January know that I will bounce from one game to another. I've got a lot of Lord of the Rings. I've got a lot of it. And I painted a lot of it over the winter, and then I got out of it. And I'm feeling that itch coming back. I need to do a new Witch King. I did a custom Witch King in his pose from when he's fighting Eowyn, you know? And I started 3D sculpting and 3D printing after that, so I kind of feel like leaving off the green stuff this time and maybe 3D sculpting my own Witch King instead of cannibalizing parts. So, okay, let me hold up a mini so that we can get a comparison here, because I know not everybody was with us at the beginning of the stream. Here would be, on the right, where this model started at the beginning of tonight's stream. I did all these, I primed and did their base colors at the same time. Hold on, let me get in focus here. There we go. So on the right would have been unprimed. It's a different model, but it's the same, you know, armor and everything, obviously. It's another clone. And we're not done yet. I haven't done the weapons. There's still some highlights to do. Still a lot to do with the red on the armor. I need to clean up the jetpack. I need to do the fabric, etc., etc. But the lion's share of work on this model has been done tonight. And I'm really pretty pleased. I should touch the butt one more time. Would that make you happy? Would that please you, Firestarter? Would that make everything worthwhile for you? Let's just take our brush and let's just come in here and let's give one little ooh. Ooh, oh. Oh my. What are we doing? What even am I? There is actually red on that brush. I should stop doing that before I mess up my paint job. Alright, alright, alright. We are gonna move away from Clone Captain Ron
to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't love God. Please. You don't... this is gonna sound bad, and I don't want anybody to use this against me in the future, but he's a clone, he's bred for obedience, and I don't have to ask him for consent, WJ. Admittedly, I probably still should, what with him being a sentient being. I'm just saying he was bred for obedience. Is that so controversial? I don't think so. Oh, Cheveo 77? No, 75. Hey, that's 2 less than 77, which in some counting systems is better. Shit, I gotta take away the ability to do clips somehow. It keeps working against me. Cheveo. Should it have an accent? I feel like it should have an accent. I'm just gonna go with that. Thank you so much for the follow, man. I hope you've been having a good time. I know I have. With no further ado, let's pop over to the Storm Report and see what you've been up to. Oh boy, this should be interesting. I'm gonna rearrange myself a little bit here because I need like a position. You know what I need? I need different camera angles so I can push a button and have give you guys a different view or something. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just making this up as I go. But this is probably going to be a more comfortable position. Usually I'm kind of hunched over for this part. Let me move my palette out of the way. Have a little bit of tea. And let's have a look at what people have been doing. You think you can blackmail me, Flavor? You think there's anything you can do? I'd like to see you try. Alright. White Wolf first. God, you have been doing so much work with acrylic and MDF lately, man. Now this is all for Infinity, huh? We got token sets. We got silhouettes for stealth units, as I understand it. This is pretty interesting. Like, I don't know what each of them is for because I don't play the game. But as far as a game with a lot of statuses to track, this seems like a very useful set. Are those magnet holes at the corner? Do these things stack together? Or is it just a flat tray no matter what you're doing? If they stack together, that's pretty cool. I like that. I like magnets. Who doesn't like magnets, though? Magnets, they're the stuff of life. Cyber Knight, second, I don't think that's a thing. Like, I know when you jump in, you shout first, and that's cool, you know, that's like calling shotgun, right? But I don't think second is a thing. I don't think you can do that, Cyber Knight. I applaud your initiative, though. Devin talking about his full circle moment reminded me of mine recently. It goes something like this. I designed the Hailfire hover missile platform, which, let's have a look, because Cyber Knight runs a company called Metalcore Collectibles. If you're not familiar with him, we painted one of his minis on stream recently, and we're going to be painting another one of his minis on stream in the near future. They are mostly Battletech compatible, 6mm, fully posable miniatures, and they're fucking fantastic. He does a lot of mechs. He also does vehicles. I love these ones in particular because they remind me so much of Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun. I mean, for those of you who played Tiberian Sun, look at this and tell me it just doesn't reek of the GDI hover tank. It's the best pot. It's my favorite sort of reek, you know? It's the kind of reek that I want more of. That smell, that it's a little, you know, it's a little much, but you can't stop smelling it. That's these hover tanks. Exactly, Dark Fox. Exactly. ASMR with Thunderhead. It is... I do have very relaxing music. That's not intentional. Then, Commission Matt Plog. God damn, the work that you guys have done for Operation Lancaster is so intense. Look at this thing. Look at this thing spewing missiles. Plog is very talented. I love all the art that he's done for this. Oh, and here we have the other variant. With the crazy radar dish, jammer, you know, whatever it is. Radar discus. And a big crazy fucking gun. I like the way this is built. It almost looks like it has a turbine inside of it. Then I decided I want a mini to match the art. So with some Deadly Print Studio files, I bashed my own stuff. Look at that. That is full circle, isn't it? You hire someone to paint something that you made, and they do it better. So, well, better might be an exaggeration, but they do it differently in a way that you like, and there you are revisiting your own work. PPC and ECM, that makes sense. I haven't looked at the actual loadouts. Great game, even better soundtrack. Well, I'm glad you like it, Seahorse. We try to keep things pretty chill around here. Every now and then, though, the station will pop on something that I truly hate. and I try to move past it quickly. Tiberian Sun was the peak of Westwood. I don't disagree. Before EA ruined it all, like EA ruins everything. God damn it, you guys. EA ruins everything. EA has bought so many of my favorite video game franchises and just fucking destroyed them. Just destroyed them. And Tiberian Sun was great. It had Michael Bain in it. It had James Earl Jones. Are they doing a remaster? I hope that they don't change anything. I hope they don't pull a Blizzard like they did with fucking Warcraft 3. Yeah, you can tell the heart was gone. I agree, too. I enjoy playing Command & Conquer 3 for the gameplay, but the story is like, meh, whatever. There are some fucking aliens in it now, I guess. Just stop. And 4, let's not even talk about 4, because it's a real piece of shit. Guys, I have opinions, and at times I will give them to you. Especially at times when you don't actually want them. But, man, if you prompt me for them, they'll come right out. Yeah, there was a... You know what? No, there wasn't a 4. Let's not talk about that. This is really fucking cool. Cybran, these missiles...
Look, if this conversation gets more about how you feel about something...
I need therapy.
I'm going to have to start charging you 50 bills per hour so I can listen to it.
I specifically need therapy for my fucking Command & Conquer withdrawals, because EA reached into my soul and killed part of it. They killed it dead. Then Disney did it again. This part, I don't know what is left of my childhood, that joy inside of me that still lives. But most of it comes out in this stream, so you be the judge. Alright, let's keep going through the storm report. I was going to ask you, Cyber Knight, if you could tell me, is this a separate file that you printed for these missiles in this exhaust? Because if it is, I want to know where you got it, and I would very much like to get my hands on that. Modified from Deadly Print Studio file. Oh, okay, that's what you were talking about. That was the kit bash, and made your own missile. They look fantastic. They really do. Alright, we got Roland here. No new purchased until I get the next 6 mechs paid. That's a good one, Roland. That's the best joke I've heard all night, man. Ooh. Little blurry on the photo, but it looks like we're dealing with a Marauder variant of some kind. Taking pictures is tricky, my man. I can see it more clearly now. Oh, wait, no, this is a Night Star. Is this a Night Star that I'm looking at? I think it is. Yeah. It's the way the guns are mounted to the arm that give it away. Oh, I didn't know that. Did not originate from Operation Lancaster. It certainly wound up in there, though. And then we got some little... Oh, look at them. Look at the little cars. The adorable little cars. You know what's funny is I find things of this scale, cars in particular, to be incredibly difficult to paint. Compared even to mechs. These things drive me just a little bit crazy. But man, they do a lot to sell a battlefield, don't they? When you get them scattered around on a city board. That's a good time. Try to be fair, despite my hatred of EA, they did very heavily hint at the scrin with the alien ships. Okay, yes, WJ, they did. Tiberian Sun had the crashed alien ship. Yes. Almost everything that they did with the scrin specifically, though, was fairly disappointing. And then, you know what? I'm not even going to talk about what they did to Kane. We're just going to move on, because it does irritate me, and I will just start going off on it. And I don't think that's all that entertaining. I really don't. Progress of the alternate variant Mad Cat Mark III. Look at this stubby boy. Look at him. He's adorable. Oh, little clan mech. He's stomping around with his little guns. The Omnipods look nice. The Mark III is an Omni-Mech, isn't it? I can't imagine that the Mark III went away from being an Omni-Mech. Yeah, the windows are shallow and they're tricky to paint. Miffed Kitty. Yeah, he's irritated. Kursala, I always love seeing shots of your progress, man. I need to... every time I see your work, it brings more to the forefront of my mind how lazy I'm being right now with 3D design. I'm feeling a burst of it coming on, though. I'm feeling the desire to really work on it in the mornings again, and that's what I have to do. I have to get up and I gotta start when I've got the fire. Vergaderung, my setup improves by the day. New shelf unit on both sides of the computer desk. Ooh, convenient. New cutting mat, better organization. I still need to duplicate your light arch. Look at this thing. I've got one light arch, and it's really, really nice. It's not an Omni-Mech. I didn't... See, I don't know shit about the Mad Cat Mark III. Like, I didn't even know what it looked like last time. Why do I even comment? Yeah. It really is. This is a fantastic work area. Like, again, I like my light arch, but my light arch hasn't got shit on that. That's really nice. I'm jealous, frankly. It's a good-looking workspace, though, man. Oh, I need a couple cameras and a mountable arm, and I feel like I could start streaming Vergaderung. Why do you even say these things when you know I'm going to pressure you to do them now? Chat, could we go ahead and peer pressure the fuck out of Vergaderung to start streaming? You think we could do that for him? Let's go ahead and do that. Roland! What are we making here, man? Oh, it's got such a nice pan fry on it, whatever. God damn it, I'm hungry right now, too. Like, really quite hungry. Why do you guys do this to me? I'll make a food porn channel if you'll stop putting food in my fucking storm report, okay? Can we do that? Ugh. Absolutely killing me. It looks delicious, man. Oh, since you asked so nicely last stream, Kursala, look at this Orion. I'm ashamed to say that I still don't have one of these printed yet. It's such a beautiful Orion. It really is. The posability of the whole thing is fantastic. The proportions that you got on the arms, like I said before, the Orion is a careful balance between blocky, sort of awkward torso shapes and really aggressive lines. And those aggressive lines were really missing out of the MWO version, but you brought them back in with the cockpit in just a fantastic way. Of course, I'm talking to Kursala. Crossbow Roof posted this, because Crossbow Roof no doubt printed this. Your Orion's gonna be everywhere, man. This Orion's gonna fucking take over the world. People are gonna be like, oh, paint this new Orion from Catalyst? Fuck that. You're not using a Kursala Orion? What's wrong with you? Can you even pose your Orion? Your Catalyst Orion? No, you can't. Go third party or go home. I'm kidding. Catalyst is a good company. You should buy from them. But also, get this Orion. I love the Orion, you guys. I know, it's an ugly little spud of a mech. And mechanically, it's like, you know, the little brother of the Atlas. But the Atlas doesn't have the charm. It really doesn't. It's not a balance. The original artist just got lazy. To be fair, a lot of the original artists were not the best. It was the 80s. Negative, the storm report is full of food. Little is relative, Samara. I'm talking about the model, to be fair. And relative to the Atlas. It's little compared to the Atlas. The skull head is iconic. I'm not gonna argue with that. I just like the Orion better. And besides, if it's good enough for Kerensky, it's good enough for me. The irony being that it was Kerensky who was like, make me a bigger one and put a skull on it. But, you know, it's a fun saying, and I stand by it. Roland, working on the painting area. I used a lot of these Army Painter brushes. In fact, I've still got a few of them. They were some of the first ones that I bought. Man, they'll get the job done. There ain't nothing wrong with them. And you certainly go through them. We got one of Cyber Knight's Tarmac Kings back here, which is a really cool model that has a bridge you can actually fold out and put across things. It's really very cool. You got a lot of mechs and tanks painted, man. Damn. And we've had the pleasure of seeing most of them come together. Oh, we got some terrain kicking now. Who's this from? Out of curiosity, is this printed? Or is this MDF? Or is this scratch built? This could be scratch built looking at it. Yeah, Vergaderung's right. You should check out some Master Soap or some Pink Soap. Brush care is tricky. Matte, yeah, it looks like it could be matte board cut, maybe. I like the design on it. It's snazzy looking terrain. Thank you so much for sharing. Kursala, today's project, built and partially filled another wood rack. Oh my god, you make me feel so lazy. I've got huge piles of waste wood on my property that I need to do something with, and I look at it and I go, I'd have to fire up the chainsaw. I'll just do it next month, and then a month goes by. Oh, okay. I've seen some of his work. Yeah, it's nice stuff. Because it's like, I don't want to say cardboard. It is cardboard, though. It's like a thick cardboard. His designs are really nice, though. I saw, like, his starport and the buildings for it. I really enjoy his work. I'm gonna move away from this before I feel lazier than I actually am. Firewood or craft projects? Well, we don't have bonfires here, so Probably gonna dry rot. This is stuff I'm milling for projects. Ah, man. Dude, if you're milling more wood, anything you do with woodworking, Kursala, I'd love to see it. If you can fill the storm report with woodworking to drown out the goddamn food that I have to endure, that would be fantastic. Need the exercise? Come cut your fire. Fuck it. I've got the axes, man. You can go out there and Captain America to your heart's content, oh Coral. It doesn't make me feel better, WJ. I don't want you to feel lazy. That's not my goal at all. Oh, Lord, okay. White Wolf Infinity models. You got them all built, though. These guys were in pieces last time I saw them, and I see the Cav Strike Ops Kickstarter terrain over here getting put together. Nice, nice. They are detailed, cool models. I want to see this guy when you get primer put. I'd like to see all of them when you get primer put on them, but this guy in particular. Get some primer put on this guy, get a few highlights, and post a picture of him, because it's hard to see the details on him, but he looks fucking cool. Realized I'd printed almost all of MechWarrior 2's lineup, just missing the Warhammer 2C and Marauder 2C, which I'll print together after Polygon's released his Marauder 2C model. Polygon does some great work. That is a hell of a lineup of transparent blue mechs. At least you're using up that transparent blue resin, Ghastly, because that stuff's a pain in the ass. Oh, Cybrin with the Tyrant parts. Look at this. But where's the banana for scale? How am I supposed to know how big this is? No, but really, look at how many parts this thing comes apart in. How many parts this thing comes apart. That's good English, right? Those are sentences that humans speak. Know that the legs here are also, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces in the legs. And it comes with multiple feet. So if you pick up the Tyrant from Metalcore, you can pose them any way you want. It's amazing. Like, I complain about how modular his stuff is at times. But the fact is, you can get any pose you want out of Cybrin Knight's stuff. I've got a few of his vehicles that I need to paint, and I'm going to do them here on stream. It is released now. The Tyrant is now available. You can go buy this mech. And it's a lot of fun. Like, it's got enough detail on it and high enough quality detail that I didn't even really feel the need to go in and do a lot of hull markings. Just painting it orange was enough. Did some prep for future Tyrant painting. Installed 34 more magnets because you're out of your damn mind. Look at this guy, though. This is the one I'm going to be working on next. I keep forgetting the goofy name that you gave him. The Dingo Waltz. Dingo Waltz. Not Coyote Tango. No, definitely not Coyote Tango. It's Dingo Waltz. I'm going to be painting him up as Coyote Tango. I hope you know that. That is absolutely going to happen. And now I mix myself up. Which one is the real one? Coyote Tango, that's the real one. Damn it! Hethrier, what do you... Homemade burgers with fresh beef from Alexander Farms. Homemade bun, bacon, jalapeno, cheddar cheese, and a fried egg accompanied by a Thai quinoa salad. All you're missing is some avocado toast, you hipster bastard. Look at this. This looks delicious. And there's a Nerf gun in the background. This is the perfect picture. What the fuck? This is one of the greatest pictures anyone has ever taken in any circumstances. Alright, I'm moving on. Colonel Matthew Steiner. I love it when Colonel Steiner wants to share some pictures. You do such excellent freehand work. Now, we saw this guy last time without any of the hull markings. I see people do hull markings like this, and they look fantastic. The little bits of checkerboard, the kind of wild colors, the occasional stripe. I gotta admit, I lack the imagination to do this well. I do. Yeah, I know. You fucking hate avocado. You hate lots of good things, though. Really, though, this is fantastic. I lack the eye. I'm just going to say it. I lack the eye to do work like this, and I'm always impressed when I see it. Every single time. That's really fantastic. And here we have the inspiration piece. See what he's going for. Really doing a good job on it, man. Like, this is definitely coming across. I can see it. No cross-stitch updates from Girl Geek. Have cut out and am now sewing 50 masks for my kid's job. That's really fucking cool, Girl Geek. I'm a little sad that we're not seeing the 151 Pokemon, because she's doing this amazing cross-stitch, you guys, of all the original 151 Pokemon in the same style of their sprite art, and I want to see it finished. But if you've got to be working on something, helping people out is definitely... I guess I'll accept the lack of Pokemon for this incredibly awesome thing that you're doing. Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, absolutely. More power to you. We need more positivity. Sketch of a new warship class, originally designed by Cybernite, as depicted by Matt Plog. Yes, the ship is slightly twisted, just need to be built. I mean, that'll happen. It's a sketch. Firebrand class battlecruiser, properly mean motherfucker of a ship, for Operation Lancaster. You guys are going to be doing some space warfare as well, because that's definitely an aspect of BattleTech that doesn't get touched on much. They sort of wrote it out of the lore for a number of eras. I like the look of it, though. It reminds me a bit of Thunderhawk in the rear, with the way the wings are angled. I like... The front almost reminds me of the Event Horizon. Obviously, it's different. The Event Horizon was very curved. But I'm just saying, like, you know what it is? It reminds me of if you took the Event Horizon and crossed it with, like, a Romulan warbird and then made it much blockier. That's the shape that I'm getting out of the front. It's got kind of an aggressive predator shape. That's good looking. Is this? I assume this is the bridge up here. Oh, no, maybe back here. This would make more sense for the bridge. That's looking good, man. Scene image, sketch for the short story in the Operation Lancaster project titled War Crimes. He has War Crime written on the side of the head of his mech. That's pretty great. I love seeing sketches like this. They give me some insight into the head of the artist as far as how they put their work together, which is something that I honestly need help with. You gotta start with broad strokes and then detail it as you go. This is looking cool, though. I look forward to seeing this come together. The mech depicted in the above picture. Oh, this is the guy with... Oh, there he is. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I'm seeing it. Kaboom! Look at that shit. A big old shell coming out over here. War crime. Operation Lancaster is just so... You guys have done so much amazing work. You have so many talented artists all working together, and it's inspiring as hell to see so much passion go into a project. A customized Kodiak battle mech from Lancaster called Goober. Ugh. Look at this fucking thing. It's got like tribal markings all over it and shit. And more fucking missiles than you know what to do with. The retracted claws are a nice touch. I like the markings. They remind me of like Samoan tribal markings. That's what I'm thinking of, like the fish scales and the triangles and whatnot. If I really wanted to torture someone, I would consider commissioning this livery. Well, you're gonna pay for every bit of it. Firestarter, put it in the showcase, but figured to put it here too. Old-looking Necrons. I like Necrons, I always have. I admit, I'm not current on Necron lore. The last time I read about Necrons, they were still all mindless automata, and I understand that now they have more personality. But I am behind on my 40k, I confess. Good-looking Necrons, good color choices. I like how you've done the green on the tubing here, and not just on the Gauss flares. Really nice highlighting on these. I like the green scarabs, too. It's tricky to put color into a Necron army, but you've done a good job with this. I'm with Crossbow Roof. I'd love to see a mini of that ship. Last week, I showed a piece of art that I did that got a chance to be reborn into a miniature, and by extension, a new design. In Operation Lancaster, well, another example of that process happening was this battle armor suit. That's some sleek battle armor. I like this better than a lot of the battle armor they did for the official work. For some reason, when they were thinking battle armor for BattleTech, they made it all, like, really bulky. Like, really bulky. Excuse me, I need to keep sipping my tea for the sake of my throat. I've just been sitting here talking for, like, 4 hours, just nattering on, just babbling. I don't know how I keep this up. Alright. I've always been a fan of the 3 visors. I've never thought that they made much sense, but they look so cool on the designs that people put them on, usually. It's kind of like the, well, no, I was going to say the Scope Dog, but I guess the Scope Dog does make a lot of sense with the 3 different focusing lenses that it flips around. Still, it's a very cool looking suit of battle. I like the ammo chain. Anything with an ammo chain is always going to get me a little bit excited. Oh, and there it is, popped up over the shoulder. That's pretty cool. That looks really neat, man. Oh, and yep, here we go. Then we get a 3D model of the guy. Moving right into some poses. Oh, shit. I'm going to wind up painting some Operation Lancaster stuff on here. That's just going to happen at this point. After getting a look at the... I forgot the name of the mech. I apologize. You sent it to me. Oh, excuse me, popping my back a little bit. Oh, the guy with the fold-down wings that we were geeking out over last time. It was the Ravager 2. Thank you so much. I was thinking, like, I was literally just thinking, it wasn't called Laserbeak, was it? No, it was Ravage. That makes more sense. The Rumble Mark III. Well, those are going to be fucking... Oh, and you actually... I should look ahead before I make comments, because you've actually made them already. Look at these little guys. With the over-the-shoulder weapon and everything. And full circle again. Art by Matt Plog. Oh my god. Oh my god. Matt Plog is so fucking talented. Like, just obscenely so. The art that he's done is mind-blowing. It's in the line art style of the classic TROs. And yet it is so evocative, so, I don't want to say it's just modernized, because it's more than that. It has the spirit and the chunkiness of a lot of the old art, but you know, art has evolved since then. Commercial art has evolved since then. Just a Geodude, thank you so much for the follow, man. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Hippity hoppity woman. Oh no! See, this is why I shouldn't read things. You just wanted me to read that, Shake. See, I'm not going to hold this against Shake, chat, because you may not be aware, but Shake is a regular DLG viewer, and as such is a categorically terrible person. And we just, you know, we tolerate these things, because we're a tolerant bunch around here. It's a Shake norm. That's a good way of putting it. Shake, it's good to see you, man. How you doing? Thanks for popping in. It's always a pleasure to see the DLG crew over here. This fucking art is blowing my mind. Like, I liked the original stuff, man, but... damn. I don't know. Why aren't you? Nobody's gift... You know what? You haven't been here for any of the gift sub wars that occur periodically, where Cat and Greg the Salt Miner will go back and forth spending money to prove that the other one can spend less money. I'm not sure what it is they're proving. I'm not even sure what they get out of it, but they do it. And gift subs happen as a result. Okay. May become a proper miniature. It's getting there, man. The side turrets remind me of Battlefleet Gothic. The Space Marine style macro cannons. It's very reminiscent of that. Bit better shot of the Kiauvor battle armor. Okay. Doesn't really show up that well on camera. Dude, taking pictures of first of all, painting minis this small is hard. And then taking pictures of the painting you did on the tiny mini is every bit as hard, if not harder, than painting the damn thing in the first place. I like the work you've done with the flocking. It really helps the sort of muted palette that you've used on these guys to come out. Shit, I wouldn't mind getting my hands on some of these at some point. So a buddy of mine is 3D printing all of the Fallout weapons. That's the sort of thing that happens when you get a 3D printer, Amax. Is you're just suddenly like, look at all the bullshit. Look at all the absolute fucking nonsense that I can print, and then you just go. It gets out of control. It's an addiction. And I love just every fucking second of it, you guys. I love it. I 3D printing. I've spent so much less money on miniatures since I've started 3D printing. Okay, yes, Amax, there's also you can do that. Yeah, that's something. Jesus. And people call me immature. Oh my god. My miniatures problem has escalated. Yeah, forgot it wrong. I told myself, too, that it was going to be better. I'd have fewer miniatures, and that was just a fucking lie. Rollins. You're getting pretty good at the contrast paints, man. You've done a really good job on the Night Star letting the edges pop out on this one. And I applaud you, because I never got good with the contrast paints. I'm not seeing any Mountain Dew cans, though, and I'm a little worried about that. Are you doing okay, Roland? Are you drinking enough Mountain Dew? That Night Star is looking great, man. Thank you for sharing. Okay. This would be Curious George, who I believe has gone to bed painting some clones. Looking like he's going for the Geonosis-style base, which is a classic and contrasts so well with the right armor. I look forward to seeing the rest of these come together. I mean, shit, I just did a bunch of clones myself. And here in the near future, I'm going to be doing some fucking stormtroopers. So the more other people are torturing themselves with white armor, the happier I am. Hathrir with a more traditional Storm Raptor. Less of the crazy effects. Though I like this. Is that livery green, Hathrir? I feel like that might be livery green. Specifically. That you've done. Which would be Vallejo. I'll bet that's what it is. I've never seen a green quite like light livery green, and that is it. It's one of my favorite greens, because it's basically a yellow. It's very, very cool, though. I like the kind of iridescent effect that you've got on the wings here. The armor plates are a nice touch, too, with the green. Aeon with the Sylogy Orion, which, you know, that's a classic too. And in the best color scheme there is, that being the first Free Worlds Guard. Let's just acknowledge that the first Free Worlds Guard is by far the best paint scheme in all of Battletech. And if you disagree, that's fine. You can be wrong. I'll allow that. I noticed that it's not an Ocelot. And then we got a dragon. The MWO dragon is a good looking one. It really is. Nice work on this. Simple paint job, looks like for Sword of Light. Good choice on the metallics. Yeah, it looks nice. And, I mean, really good color for the cockpit, considering the red that you went with. Good shading job, good edge highlights. Nicely done. Very nicely done, Aeon. And there's a Kinol. I'm not familiar with the Kinol. He's a big boy, though. Look at that. Look at that cannon riding up there. And I like the... It's probably LRM-5s on either side. All DAC... Okay, that explains why it's a little bit larger, because we're going for Dark Age. And that explains the clicky bases. Okay. I should read ahead before I just start reading things. Merrick Militia's better. My name's Forgotarung, and I like to paint things lavender color. Ooh. It's true, Merrick Militia is a wonderful paint scheme. Flavalicious, by the way, just did a fantastic Merrick Militia Awesome. If you haven't checked it out, you really, really should. Thunder Chicken. Woo! Look at this guy go. What does it say? Cluck, cluck, boom on the can. Oh, that's fucking fantastic. It looks like a raven. I'm sure it's something else, but it looks like a raven. Oh, look at him go. Kabang! He just... Look at this Jenner getting fucked up. Just ripped to pieces. This... This is Matt Plog again, right? Because... It's a raven with an AC-20. Y'all are sick. Y'all are a bunch of sick, sick people. Bok, bok, motherfucker. Cluck, cluck, boom. I love this thing. Jeez. That poor Jenner had no idea what was going to happen to him. This is terrible. And it looks like in firing it, he is just completely rocking himself, too. Like, firing this weapon is putting him on his ass. As well it should. Aeon, non-Battletech 15mm figure. Is that a... What is that? What is this guy for, out of curiosity? I would love to know. Dude, painting 15mm, you're a brave man. Canopian Catgirls confirmed. Magistracy of Canopus. Battle Lance composition. There are no mechs. Just the faint sound of giggling and meowing. Was this from HBS? I feel like I've seen this one pop up before. Alright, Manro Fasal doing some work on what I'm guessing are Games Workshop figures. Are these from Blood Bowl, maybe? Fantastic work on the flesh tones and the somewhat nauseating guts. Like, for a moment, I looked at it and my brain just saw split open guts and not painted plastic. Which I think is... yeah, okay. No, this is really good work, man. Good work on the flesh tones, and yeah, your more vital tones, your blood and such, is really coming across. Guts are tricky because they are very pink, and then it looks like pink guts covered in blood. Good job, man. Oh God, like I'm complimenting your paint job as I feel a little bit nauseated. Good work though. More boils and sores. God, Nurgle's so gross, you guys. Oh my God.
Welcome everyone to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Okay, fair.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. I didn't say don't show me your pus-oozing Nurgle models, I guess that's fair to say. Ew. You have really done a fantastic... I notice you're focusing on the flesh and the wounds before you go on to everything else. Man, you're doing a good job. Datron Voltari, following up on last stream, here is The Walking Wounded, a company of unseen mechs kit-bashed, repaired, and rebuilt from the bottom of the parts bin. I also have a second company, the Squirrely Bastards, made up of the rest of the unseens, but they are in storage somewhere. The Walking Wounded. I applaud the initiative. Absolutely, and these are all classic mechs. Classics. Look at this guy with his little clawed foot going forward and everything. And reusing old parts, man, I respect the shit out of that. I like that you've gone with the classic colors for the Dugram. In fact, for all of them. For all of them you have, because the Round Facer is done in green, the Blockhead's done in red, Dugram is in blue, and the Bigfoot is done in the blue with the white arms. You know that I'm a sucker for Dugram, though. That's cheating. By the way, guys, if you are a fan of Battletech and you have not watched Fang of the Sun Dugram, you should get on YouTube and check it out, because almost the entire series is available for free on YouTube right now. I'm a huge sucker for Dugram and things based on it. I really, really am, Datron. Thank you so much for sharing this. Oh, and then we got the Robotech theme. Well, okay, the Battlemaster is also from Dugram, but then we got a couple of the Robotech themed ones over here. That's why they're unseen, is because they were Robotech and Dugram. Yeah. I like the weathering that you've done on here. This green with the orange and the white, this is really striking. Like, I like everything you've done here, but I have to say that this archer is my favorite of the group. If I get to pick a favorite, Datron, this is my favorite. I like him. I realize as I wave my mouse around on the screen to emphasize things that you guys can't see my mouse. So that's fucking pointless. I should stop doing that. Yeah, Flavolicious. The Storm Report is getting to a point, enough people are using it, we might have to institute some more rules. But for the moment, I'm still just jazzed that people are doing it. 3D, oh, Yeti School. 3D prints for Necromunda, complete and primed. Time to start painting. Those are really nice prints. Who did this terrain? Oh, I know what this is. This is that Kickstarter whose name I can't remember. He had a really, really cool modular concept. And it's like there are... Like, if you remove this piece here, there's like a little door here, but the door is also where you can plug in another... Like all the male and female modular pieces are designed so that you can leave them in the open and they just look like a part of the building, but the buildings also interlock really nicely together. Forbidden Prince. Yeah, he did a Kickstarter for it. District 0012, that's it. This is a fantastic set. Like, I have...
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna
true.
get the BAP.
You gonna get it. But, I take personal inspiration from this set for some of the stuff that I've been working on lately. Like, this is really, really nice stuff. Fantastic modular design without being so micro... Because there's a state of modularity in 3D printing where I lose interest. Where it's like, you can make this set that we have a picture of, but first print 500 of the small connector pieces, and then 36 of the column pieces, and then arrange them, and I'm just like, oh, I don't want to fucking do that, guys. That's not... I don't want to build that bullshit. I want to print out something big that I can just paint in one piece, and then I can connect to something else to make something even bigger, and that's what this set is. Like, it has some small parts, too. But it has a lot of really big parts that interconnect in clever ways. Thank you so much for... I would love to see this as it continues to come together, Yeti School, if you feel like continuing to share. Because I didn't get this set, but I'm still thinking about going in on it at some point. It's really nice. Close-up of the Goliaths. They look fucking angry. Look like they just fell out of a mad... This is just a giant revolver. That's all these weapons are. The giant revolver. Fucking 40k, I swear to God. Nice work on the flesh tones. I like the fade on the green on the mohawk. That looks really good, man. Please print and paint this. It'd be funny. Quasi-legal stuff. I did not make the blueprints, print, or video. Please give credit to the original creators by looking them up in the video description and chat on YouTube. Am I going to regret this? What? We get some silly shit in the Storm Report from time to time. That someone printed that. Okay, you know what? I'll take a look at the YouTube video later to give credit to the creator. We'll do that. Rolling with some more tanks. Rolling with the tanks, rolling off the line. I love that. The green contrast, really, for as little effort as you have to put into it, is fairly effective. Some more work on the Night Star. Getting those yellow panels done. This is definitely an improved version of the Night Star. The last one looked like he had crayons mounted on his arms. These look more like cannons, and you can actually tell where the guy's supposed to be sitting, which is a nice change of pace. Oh, really cool, Roland. And working on some armor. Oh, this looks like a command vehicle. A little blurry. Here we go. That little radar dish on there. I'm going to move through these next ones a little quicker. I hope you guys don't mind, because we are going pretty late. Yeah, I've seen the Yee meme. Maybe didn't strike me as funny as some other people. Several ideas on how to flesh out Trinity City. I'll be sure to pick your brain, O'Coral. Girl Geek, one finished mask sans elastic on the inside of the neck so you can see both the parts. Oh, isn't that adorable? Are these little Harry Potter chibis? That's pretty cool. And you're doing the triple layered, which is nice, I would think. Not exactly miniatures, but here's a little piece of what I've been working on during the stream. Operation Lancaster, a Battletech fan project led by Devin Ramsey. Worth checking out. I'm literally losing my voice right now as I continue to do this. Bear with me. Sentient Pickle reorganizing his workstation. Oh, look! Look at this handsome devil. Look at this guy down here. Who is that? You know what? I want to link to that guy's Twitch stream. I'd like to follow him and subscribe to him and donate all of my money to him. That's what I'd like to do. He just seems like a really cool guy. This is a nice looking workspace. I love the dual monitors. I mean, it's hard not to love dual monitors. Who even exists with single monitors anymore? How is that even possible? Thank you for sharing, Sentient Pickle. Samare, the Immortal Grand Prix. Now, I confess, looking at this, I would probably not watch this without a recommendation from someone. But based on your recommendation, I'll look this up and I'll check it out because I love mechs. I really, really do. Same guys who did Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. Oh, they made it for Toonami. I'm surprised I missed it. I watched a lot of Toonami. What I've been working on. Ooh, Gamera. Guy Varese working on That's... Ooh. So now you're speaking my language. Yeah, triple monitors. I mean, you know. It's hard not to see triple monitors as an upgrade from double monitors. My question is, who the hell is still using one monitor and not hating their life? I'd like to see Gamera as it continues to come together. Fucking Gamera. Thank you so much for sharing, Guy. Project Dark Fox stripping and in 2 cases restored. Bunch of mechs and tanks. Jenner and Crab are notable because they're 2 of 4 of my very first miniatures. I know how that goes. I've still got a handful of my very first minis that they look awful, but you know, they were my first, so I hold on to them. More mechs and tanks are soaking in awesome. It's good to see work getting done by the mech techs, even though those mech techs are mostly soaking their mechs in caustic chemicals. White Wolf's today's work. Wow. You've done a fair bit of assembly from the look of things, and we got some priming done. Now we can actually see the details on these metals. I like these little wing packs. These guys are cool looking. There's the guy. There's the man. He looks like he has a fucking, like a laser hammer going on here. Okay. I never got into Infinity, but it's always kind of piqued my interest a little bit. Give me attention. Oh, my name's Flavolicious. Pay attention to me. But legitimately, this is a fucking fantastic... Like, I got to watch him paint this over a couple streams. This is an absolutely amazing Merrick Militia paint scheme that he's done here. You really did a good job differentiating the purple and the blue, which is admittedly hard to do. O'Coral's sending me some Star Wars stuff. I'm excited to get that. Kursala roughing out the lower leg for the Mad Cat Mark III. Not too happy, but it's a good start. You know, most of the trick is getting started. Because you can refine, refine, refine. Over and over again. But getting the basics blocked out, that's the first step, man. That'll get you there. The start of the Crab Dazzle. Oh, I didn't realize you were doing a king crab. I thought it was going to be a small crab. Look at that thing. That looks really cool. I want to see you do more of this. Because the more you do the Dazzle camo, the better you're going to be at it. I mean, really, that's... Your muscle memory will start to kick in, your pattern recognition will get better and better, and the Dazzle camo will improve. So keep doing it, man. This looks fucking fantastic for a start. Ah, Carla. Hold on. Admittedly, I probably still should, what with him being a sentient being. I'm just saying, He was bred for obedience. Is that so controversial? I don't think so. Look, I'm not talking about abusing clones. I'm talking about using clones for their intended purpose. I'll come back to this later. God damn it. Damn it, Carla. Alright, Manro Fasol. Ooh, got some more work done. I like that orange. That's a nice touch. Good to break it up from the green. Asking about space battles in Operation Lancaster. Well, it looks like they might have a few. Look at that. This reminds me a lot of the prog art for Judge Dredd for 2000 AD. Like, very similar in many respects with the level of detail that I really like. I like how we can see the targeting readouts on the inside here, because we got the pilot here with his get some and his little face. We have the oh shit handle, which I'm assuming is the ejector, and then we have his heads up targeting, locking onto things around him. That's really cool. I like that a lot. Whoosh! Is that a dropship coming in? Yeah, mech's coming out of it. Alright, alright. In his mech, Bloodbath, which, yeah, I see why he calls it that. Holy shit, man. That's for damn ridiculous. Oh, for rolling, so you don't go through the whole stream without any Mountain Dew. And finally, just one more, Space Battles just for kicks. It really reminds me a lot of the art from 2000 AD. That's, I mean, I would bet money that Plog... What has he done art for 2000 AD? Is that possible? He's certainly inspired by it, and it's something that appeals to me quite a bit. Fucking fantastic stuff, man. Samire, thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. This is Samire. I keep saying Samire because that was a character in HBS BattleTech. I didn't update my banner. I just realized that. I'm going to click over to stream ending, and it's going to say that my next stream is today, but it's not today. That's the last stream was today. The next stream is going to be Tuesday, the 5th. That is when I will be back. Samire. No, it's Sumire. You just can't fucking use your words right. You gotta use all them fancy syllables. I'm not a doofus, I'm a goofus. There's goofus, there's gallant, I'm a goofus. That's been my life ever since the first time somebody handed me a highlights. Guys, I've had a fantastic time tonight. We got a lot of really good work done on Clone Captain Ron. I'm really happy with where he ended up. We had a fantastic storm report. People shared so much with us. So much with us. This bit, honestly, the storm report is getting, I just have to say, a little unwieldy. We might have to put some restrictions on how many pictures people can post. And this isn't because I don't want to see what you got. It's because I just spent over 45 minutes doing it. That's why. But it's one of my favorite bits. I want to keep doing it. Maybe we can streamline it a little bit more moving forward. Let's take a look and see who's going right now. Let's see who we're going to raid at. I know somebody's got to be painting something. We got Pookie's. I don't know what he's doing. Desania is doing Deep Rock Galactic. And then we got Zambies. Zambies is doing animation, you said? What do you think? You guys want to see some animation? Zambies is a really good streamer. She is a lot of fun. She does a whole lot of work. Lady B, you don't have to apologize for anything. That you feel like being here lurking is all that I need to know. I appreciate you hanging out. I appreciate you wanting to participate in this sort of community creative event that we get going on from time to time. Guys, we are going to raid at Zambies. We're going to go take a look at what she's doing because I always like seeing what she's working on. Yeah, she does a lot more than just minis. She does a whole lot more than just minis. Admittedly, I always hope that she's doing minis, but she does other stuff, so what are you going to do? Guys, I'm going to send you over to Zambies. As always, thank each and every one of you for being here. Kat, thank you. Kat's not here right now. But regardless, Kat, thank you for modding. Thank you for keeping everything on an even keel. Everybody, who to thank? Every single person. Thanks to Daylight Gamer. Thanks to Amax for the raid earlier. The first one we've gotten from her. If you haven't checked out the Amax, you absolutely should. Guys, I'm going to go get something to eat. Say hi to Zambies for me. I'll be over in a few minutes. I will see y'all on Tuesday. And as always, until then, keep on painting. I'll see you guys later.